Ladies who are outside, please. Ladies and gentlemen, to the National Seminar on Shipbuilding and Maritime Industrial Development. First of all, I'll call upon the chief guest, Mr. Subrat Tripathi, CEO, Adani Ports and SEZ, to come on the dais. Sir, please. Shruti, you can guide. You can guide. You can guide, sir. Sir, please. Now I'll call on Secretary of Utkal Chamber of Commerce and Industry Limited, Dr. Sanjeev Mahapatra. Now I'll call Dr. Manu Kurula, sir, President INA, to reach the dais, please, sir. I request Professor S.C. Mishra, President of Frost, to please honor the dais. I request Captain Tarai to please present the bouquet to the chief guest. So fine, to our Professor S.C. Mishra, sir. Now we'll present the bouquet to the chief guest, Mr. Subrat Tripathi, sir, now. All right, done. So I will, okay, Tarai, sir? Yeah, okay, I'll do that. Now I request Captain Tarai to give the bouquet to Mr. Subrat Tripathi, sir. And I will give the bouquet myself to the Secretary of Utkal Chamber of Commerce and Industry Limited, Mr. Sanjeev Mahapatra. Now I request our guest on the dais to please light the lamp.
शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणं आरोग्य
Now I request all to please stand up for the prayer before the start of the seminar. That is very important, please.
वन्दे उत्कल जननी वन्दे उत्कल जननी वन्दे उत्कल जननी चारुभासमयी जननी 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 वन्दे उत्कल जननी भूतपयोधि विधौत शरीर ताडतमाड सुशोभित तीर शुभ्रतटिनि कुल शिखर समीर जननी 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 वन्दे उत्कल जननी सुन्दर मन्दिर मण्डित देश चारुकला बढी शोभित भेष पुण्यतीर्थ जय पूर्ण प्रदेश जननी 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 वन्दे उत्कल जननी कविकुल मौळि सुनन्दन वन्द्य भुवन विघोषित कीर्ति अनिन्द्य धन्ये पुण्ये चिर शरण्ये जननी 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 वन्दे उत्कल जननी वन्दे उत्कल जननी वन्दे उत्कल जननी
Now I request Mr. Sanjeev Mahapatra to give the welcome address.
Good morning. Namaskar. Jai Jagannath. In this early morning, I welcome our chief guest, Mr. Subrat Tripathi, CEO Adani Port and SEZ, a vibrant personality. And sir, we are grateful of your presence here in Utkal Chamber of Commerce and hope we'll have many more programs within your presence in near future, and your association with Utkal Chamber of Commerce will definitely lift this chamber to greater heights. I request I welcome Professor S.C. Mishra who is the brain behind this workshop, who is the main person. Sir, under your guidance, this kind of workshops have been organized, and UCCI, from UCCI, we heartily welcome you, and we are grateful that with your association with UCCI, definitely we will reach a greater height, and we will be proud with your association in UCCL. We welcome you, sir. I welcome Dr. Manu Karula, President INA. Sir, we welcome you from UCCIL, and we are grateful that you have come from a distant place to Bhubaneswar, and with your involvement with UCCI, definitely the name and fame of UCCI will fly high. Welcome you, sir. And we welcome all the dignitaries, especially our Vice President, Industry, Mr. J.K. Rath, who is the brain behind all these things. He has been toiling hard to organize this kind of meaningful workshops. And sir, we welcome you and we thank you also for your involvement in this kind of workshops, which will definitely help UCCI and also will take it to greater heights. Sir, thank you very much. And I welcome all the dignitaries present here on behalf of UCCL. Thank you.
Now I request Dr. Manu Karula to say a few words.
Respected Professor Dr. Mishra, President of ROAST and the Chief Architect of today's meeting and this conference. Subrata Tripathi sir, the Chief Guest for today's inaugural function, and Mahapatra sir, distinguished guests, participants for the conference. Very good morning to you all. Today, when I look at each and every one of you, it's not because of the hair, the bald head that I'm seeing stars, not reflections because of the bald head. It is the stars of the industry, the maritime industry, that I could see here. Who has made it possible for India to claim that we are a maritime nation and a Prime Minister to have a dream by seeing the sea that we are going to be a 30 trillion economy by 2047 and the sea is going to be the main source. And if it is so, you have been recognized, each and every one of you, what you have done during your lifetime that has been recognized. Now I can see all the veterans who are here in the front rows, and I could see also the youngsters who are there at the back. That means the youngsters are also interested, and the country is realizing that we have to talk more about the sea. I know that I have only 5 minutes time, and as Professor Mishra, when he has brought about the objectives of this conference, he said, sea is the limit, like sky is the limit. Sea is the limit. You agree? Ocean is the limit for the opportunities that is coming about. And again, earlier, when we talk about sea and seafarers, we used to look at seafarers, marine engineers, naval architects, probably MacMarine, there used to be a branch of engineering studies. But today, when you talk about the technology of sea, every branch of engineering, every branch of science, every branch of philosophy, every branch of social sciences comes into play. So the entire human knowledge now is getting invited to the sea, to understand the sea. I don't know whether we have all understood sea or not. One question Professor Misra used to ask us when he used to teach us. Of course, he has taught us many things, and each and every class I can remember now. It was so effective. But this particular thing, he used to ask, do you know sea? Do you know sea? Knowing sea is owning sea. This is what International Seabed Authority says. If you know sea, you can own it. And do you have enough infrastructure to own the sea? I am again and again taking the name of my guru, because not just because he has made this frost magic. Indigo flight, they have a flight magazine. When I have opened, it is written frost magic. I was thinking, see, they are talking about this conference. The frost magic that they have said, a coat of frost that come to all the sculptures. I don't know which country it is. They have shown the photographs of that. Which, the normal sculptures also with the frost on top of that looks magnificent. So it is like that. When Professor Misra is around, we all become magical. And the whole industry today, the 480 kilometers of coastline that the Orissa coast, which we should say now, it's not owned up. A book that has been brought about by Professor Misra, research that he has done in the last few years. I'm not disclosing Professor Misra's age. He is very young. That much I can tell you. He has done a research at this age about Kalingapatnam port. We got a chance to listen to him about his research. I will just try to connect that research with the present status of the technology. Today, this conference, I get diverted into so many areas. Again, I'll tell you, Professor Misra told, so many areas are 360 degree when you look at, the maritime sector. So many areas are there. But this conference, he has specified that it is specifically looking at how the industry has to figure out how we can really own up this 480 kilometer stretch of Odisha coast and the ancillary industries associated with that, and how we can be a maritime industrial belt, not only for India, for the world. This is what he said. Today, our deliberations for the next 2 days probably of that. So, in that respect, I just wanted to say a few questions. One, what is India's status as a maritime nation? Where do we stand as far as technology is concerned? People say technology has to be measured in terms of technology readiness level. What is our technology readiness level? Second thing is, the technology, the need of it, as per the saying, you don't have to fight every war. Technology has to be selected, which has to be brought about, which has to be established, that has to be selected, chosen. How do you choose this? So people say, like Adani popularly say that they take decisions based on the economic impact analysis. So the economic impact analysis for the country and for the organization and for the state and for all the people around us, the total stakeholders, if you are able to see, then you can take a decision. So 2 points I have told, economic impact analysis and technology readiness level. I just wanted to share with you, where do we stand in India? We have made aircraft carriers, indigenous, including the steel is from India. Aircraft carrier we have made. We have made nuclear submarine. These are the two structures people say are the most complicated structures in the world, man-made structures. India has made it, not 50%, 40%, 92% of the nuclear submarine India has produced, indigenous with indigenous technology. And the same is the case with aircraft carrier. We have so many have-nots, but we have so many haves. We have a missile, BrahMos missile, jointly developed. We have international collaboration. Jointly developed missile, which is the best supersonic cruise missile in the world. So today, morning, when I was talking to the veterans, he was declaring, India is no more a tail chaser. We are not a follower. He said he is going to claim it tomorrow. I'm waiting for it, sir. We are leaders. It has been proven. Only we have to claim it. Ready to claim? Ready to claim or not? Sir, are you ready to claim? That is what today, this conference is for claiming what rightfully is ours. You are the people who have made this ecosystem to come to this level. So this is the technology readiness level of India. But you may see the gaps. The best welding technology do we have? I know at Adani port, at Vizhinjam, they had to bring in welding technology from abroad. He will say that. But that is what everybody in the world does. Wherever gap is there, you cannot establish an industrial capability for that. But wherever we have capability, we definitely could establish. We could use it. So instead of telling what we don't have, it has come, the time has come that we can talk about what we have and we can further keep a frost magic on that. Today I really appreciate the Utkal Chamber of Commerce and Industry for hosting us and the support and leadership that they are taking in bringing about the state of Odisha, the coastline and the sea around to a totally different ecosystem, wherein we are not only looking at fishing, wherein we are not looking just mining, where we are not looking at just making some ships, but the entire ecosystem, which will mean that every industry, every engineering branches, every works of study and knowledge. Frost says scientists and technologies. I think we should have one P also, practitioners, because it should be practitioners. Whoever is practicing, now it is time for them to not practice, celebrate sea. The possibilities, I don't have to, I think in the coming 2 days of conference, we will be deliberating on this, many things to deliberate. Definitely in some of the discussions, I would like to elaborate on what is there in store for us in the coast of Orissa. I hope Professor Misa also will tell. Today, everybody says AI is the right thing, and AI has arrived for maritime sector, shipbuilding, shipping. Cochin Shipyard is making a ship for Kongsberg. It's an autonomous ship. Autonomous ship. Kongsberg has placed order on Cochin Shipyard. We have come to that. And people again say, you should have not AI, you should have causal AI. The cause and its effects. Professor Mishra's research on Kalingapatnam comes into fore when you talk about the reason for technology, the cause and its effects. So this study and the studies that may happen, should happen, and the Frost may have to support, is going to make the new history backed by the support of that old heritage that we had. This 2 days conference, all those people who have made it possible, I really appreciate. I am representing INA, Institution of Naval Architects. We have strong 1,200 members, naval architects, designers. Palis sir, veteran, who is heading the Calcutta chapter. Bhubaneswar also comes under that. He has come all the way. I'm not again telling his age. His age I am not mentioning because he does not reflect the numbers It is the youthfulness in him. Many other veterans, I was telling about Mishra sir when he was making ship in campus program along with Professor Mishra. People were objecting to it. But today it has come that the ship can be manned, sitting in campus. That is where the world is in. I am sure this conference will bring in many, many possibilities for all of us. Let us celebrate ocean. Once again, I congratulate Professor Mishra for making it possible. Thank you. Wishing you, each and everyone, a fantastic stay in Bhubaneswar. One last sentence. I had been working with DRDO. This again I will be stating during the course of the conference. DRDO has many ways of supporting the industry. Many ways. Dr. Bharadwaj Srinivasan is here. He is Naval Research Board Secretary for DRDO. I hope you can interact with him how they can fund the industry and academia for developing things for ocean. Again, DRDO has a technology development fund. Up to 50 crores we can fund industry for bringing in new innovations that can help India to go forward in research and development. And we also have DISCO is something called DIA, DRDO Industry Academia Centers of Excellence. Across the country, 15 centers supporting all the academia for interacting with industry with the funding from DRDO for progress in research and development. I hope all of you will use this opportunity to know more about this from Dr. Bharadwaj Srinivasan. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Such a motivating and inspiring talk we had just now. And the one thing which, just hit, which always hit, that do we know the sea? That's a question with such depth. And do we have the infrastructures which we can own, which we can use, which we can utilize for the sustainability of the environment also, and for the people? So finally, it lands down to humanity also. Are we working on that front? So technology with awareness and information. And as we say today with the Frost and Utkal Chambers, Nini and INA, all of them together, we have tried to come together to work on this front, discuss, and as we say, celebrate what we have and try to do more as we can. Now I request my guru also, Professor Mishra sir, to please come on the, please talk and give your insight to us, sir. Please.
Subrat Tripathi sir, Dr. Manu Kurula, Mr. Sanjeev Mahapatra, and all the delegates, namaskar and welcome. Welcome has been done by Mr. Mahapatra already, so I will only mention a few people who have made this gathering very exciting. We have with us Mr. Palit, who is the senior most naval architect present here, and perhaps one of the few senior most naval architects in the country who are actively involved in the profession till now. Mr. Palit's efforts saw a seminar in Calcutta a few days back. Was it a few days back? I think. Yes. And it was a great success on similar lines as this, but a little different. Then we have with us Mr. Ashok Mahapatra. I need not tell anything about him. Everybody knows about him. And we are indeed grateful that he has agreed to come today, and he is our chief guest tomorrow, for tomorrow's function. Then we have, very surprisingly with us, Professor D.D. Mishra, who is a mining engineer, mining educator, but his interest in water transport is great. I mean, almost all the seminars I have attended regarding water, he is there. He is very interested. I really welcome you, sir, to be here with us. Apart from that, we have Mr. Bharadwaj, as has been told already, Secretary NRB. He is here with us, Member Secretary NRB, and he has come from Delhi. We have a number of members of FROST from the stakeholders. A number of people are there. I will not take everybody's name by name like that. But what is most interesting is you have got a number of students. Of course, whether the students have come of their own will or what, I don't know. In the sense that when we conducted the codec competition last year, we had 3 parties who participated, and all the 3 parties are some prize winners, and all of them are here, I think. Are all of you here? Yeah. Right. And then we have cadets from Nini. While going ahead with organizing the seminar in the last 2 days, that is yesterday and today, we had a lot of problems. And all of you are aware of it. The indigo imbroglio really threw us out of gear. A lot of people have not been able to come. Our director Nini, project director Nini, Dr. Solanki, who was supposed to come here last evening, has been delayed. He is coming from Delhi. As you can see, he is still not arrived. Maybe he will come later in the day, I hope. Two of our major participants in the panel discussion, Mr. J. Dasgupta from Mumbai and Mr. Sahai Raj from Ahmedabad, have not been able to come. Their flights have been cancelled. They have not been able to get alternate flights. What about the other people who have come from outside the state, from Delhi, Patna? Patna, 2 officers of Nini, they have cancelled their flights. And the other people who have come here, my thanks to them. They have taken the trouble of looking at alternate flights and also coping with delayed flights. So as it happens, we have had some disruptions. Some people have missed their transport. Some people have, perhaps everybody has got hotel accommodation. I'm not sure. We have tried to arrange for everybody. There might have been some initial problems. But this is inevitable when such a thing happens without any of our knowledge. It happened so suddenly yesterday. I sincerely apologize to people who have been put into difficulty due to our being completely aware and up to date with the latest developments. I'm sorry, I apologize. Now regarding the conference, this conference is a 2-day conference. The first day, that is today, we'll have a panel discussion on shipbuilding and maritime industrial development in this hall with experts speaking about various areas of their expertise regarding this topic. And this will go on till lunch. And after lunch, we will have a round table with the audience, and the audience will give their views. And it's not a reaction to the panel, but we would like to hear from audience what they think about development of this sector, particularly with reference to Odisha state. A reference to Odisha state is important because, as Dr. Korula has already said, this state had a very rich maritime heritage, but unfortunately today there is almost nothing. This seminar has been geared particularly by this thought that what can we do to increase awareness and improve industrial development in this sector in the state. Dr. Korula has spoken very highly of me. I think you should not take it literally. I mean, he just went off from his normal speaking and just decided that he must please me, his teacher at one time. It is the Frost members who sat down together a number of times, about a year back till about 4 or 5 months after that, to discuss what can be done to contribute to the knowledge base of the society, of the government, and other people regarding maritime development in the state of Odisha. I think we had a number of meetings. Dr. Mishra, am I correct? And we all decided that we must have a seminar to highlight the issues. And then we decided that it will not be a normal paper reading seminar, but it will be a whole day panel discussion. We also realized that in the small shipping sector, that is the inland waters and coastal waters, there have been a lot of problems regarding safety and development. And we decided to devote one day for the small ship sector, that is tomorrow. So tomorrow we will have Dr. Ashok Mahapatra. He will give his chief guest address in the morning, and following which we will have 4 paper presentations, not paper, I say 4 talks by experts in this area, Mr. Dandapat, Mr. Raut, Dr. Punnendu Mishra, and Dr. Solanki. In the afternoon, we have an innovation session where the Kodak prizes will be distributed, and following which we have 3 innovators we have invited specifically to talk to us about their innovations which have been fructified in business. And we all want to be inspired by them. That's why we have called them. I hope we'll succeed in getting inspired, particularly when the students are there. I hope they will get inspired, and that is where we end the seminar. This is our broad outline of the 2 days session. I hope you'll all enjoy it. Bhubaneswar is a nice city, a city of temples. I'm sure some of you will visit various temples in the city. And I also think it's a neat and clean city, isn't it, Mr. Rath? Yeah. Okay. So please enjoy your stay here. The weather is good, and I hope you'll enjoy our services, including the food arrangements. Thank you, and welcome you once again.
Thank you, sir, for your talk. Now I request Mr. J.K. Rath to introduce our chief guest.
Let's leave that aside.
The audience needs to know.
I'll self-introduce. Rathababu, please save me. Please save me the embarrassment. Please save me the embarrassment, kindly. I'm self-inviting myself to the stage. Okay. Yeah.
Mr. Tarak, Captain Tarak, can we arrange a chair for Solanki guest?
Ask them to come to the center. Can be in the center. Yeah, please. Does he want to speak first? You can go. नहीं, you most welcome. No, कोई चीफ गेस्ट यहाँ नहीं है। बहुत फॉर्मेलिटी हो चुका है ऑलरेडी।
Right.
Protocol sir यहाँ नहीं है। Avoid all these formalities already.
I call upon Dr. Solanki, Indravil Solanki, sir, Director of NINI, Project Director of NINI, to please say a few words. He just arrived, Indigo, Indigo, just Indigo.
Yes. First of all, good morning, everyone, and it is a great honor and opportunity to speak to this august gathering. My gurus sitting on the dais. As far as the event is concerned, it's basically the purpose of holding the combined conference was twofold. One is the shipbuilding focus of the government. Though it is primarily focused presently on the large ships, but I have been, you can say, this journey of getting this sponsorship of shipbuilding will go back, I think, 30, 40 years. But you can say, got its pace from 2014 onwards. And that is when the first project of inland water transport, that is Jal Marg Vikas project, was conceived, which was 5,400 crores. And thereafter, the government developed the waterways and jetties. The issue of having ships was a problem, and it is still a problem. We have the waterways, but at the same time, we do not have the ships to move the cargo or move the passengers. So, in fact, I remember in 2018, when we had gone to the government of Bihar, the inland water transport basically being centered from there, and Jal Marg Vikas project is basically augmenting National Waterway 1, which is from Sagar to Varanasi. So in that project, when the development had taken place, so there was a need that the shipbuilding also is focused upon. And when we went to government of Bihar, they said, we will give first right of refusal for inland water transport. That means if I was with the chairman IWI then, and the government was upfront, they said that you get the ships, we have the cargo, we will give you first right of refusal. And we developed cold feet because we did not have any vessels at that point of time to carry that kind of cargo. We'll be doing a lot of, we can say, bureaucratic work only it would have been left to. And the reason for that was, one was shipbuilding itself, the industry was not up to the mark. Even today it is not up to the mark for, including IWT sector. For Ganga, from Varanasi to Calcutta, there is no shipyard, not even a repair yard as I speak. So henceforth, this seminar is, you can say, at the opportune time, where not only we need to focus on shipbuilding for foreign going or for bigger ships, but also for IWT sector. So that is one matter of concern which will be discussed during these 2 days. The second matter of concern has been the surveying of the vessels which are there, especially after the new Inland Vessel Act 2021 came in force in August 2022, was enacted in August 2022, and subsequently number of rules, 12 set of rules have been drafted under the same, that is again central rules. The states have to draft their own rules over and above these central government rules for implementation and monitoring the inland water transport sector. So that means the surveying is one of the concern across. To give you an example, in West Bengal, there are just only 2 surveyors whose experience is only, you can say, they are mechanical engineers with learning on board, or you can say learning through experience. So that therefore there is and that till that time we were talking only mechanically propelled diesel vessels. Presently, with the new act, special purpose vehicle or special category vessels have come in, where in fact recently we had gone on a vessel which is being converted into a CNG fuel vessel, or vessels which are likely to be battery powered or hydrogen fuel vessels, as well as other different construction material which is being used. So there were no rules and no experience in the IWT sector. So therefore, the second day was for basically requested the committee for keeping that on examination and certification. So tomorrow we will be discussing on that. With that, I think I just wanted to open it up. Thanks very much. And we'd like to hear from the delegates and also the speakers who have come here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Solanki sir. It's great that you have arrived. Even with delay and a lot of trouble, you have reached here. Thank you so much. Shruti, we'll present him with a bouquet. Now I request our chief guest to please give his all valuable words and have a discussion with us.
Well, thank you so much, madam. On the dais, Professor Mishra, Sanjeev Babu, Manuji, Captain Solanki, who just arrived and kind of enthusiastically spoke, despite the dislocation of the flights in the country. And that itself is a subject that opens up. Captain Mahapatra, assembled guests. I see many of my old friends over here. It's very humbling to be here among the experts on the field. And B, what a travesty that I, who is uneducated in this field entirely, you've asked me to speak on subjects which are very dear to me, but I am perhaps at the beginning of this large journey called the maritime sector, and I'm just a mere student. Having said that, I take a few cues from what has been spoken. But before that, madam, you've been conducting it so well, and two words started the day with this beautiful recitation of anything that can invigorate an Odia, which is Bande Utkal Janani. For those who are uninitiated, who do not know, Kantakavi Lakshmikanta Mahapatra, who comes from Bhadrak, where Dhamra port is, and I've had the great, kind of privilege of serving in that port for 6 years and taking it from a small village to one of the most endearing ports in the country today. So when we come to the maritime sector, I must confess, first I was telling Captain Mahapatra, I am so indebted to him both professionally and personally. When I look as to, in the ports, we had really no idea what the shipping side would mean. And there were two very strong sides of the coin, the shipping and the ports. But for our ex-secretary and ex-DG shipping, Mr. D.T. Joseph, who introduced us into shipping and what it would mean. And it led me to a very exciting journey. And we had the MMD office in Paradeep. I distinctly remember, because I remember any kind of ships that had to have an audit or an inspection, we would wait upon Calcutta, it would not happen in time, etc., etc. But wonderful to be among the experts. And if anything today, India looks forward to. And when you speak of India, it is perfectly all right, Black coffee has a charm even when it is a little cold, Sanjeev Babu. Thank you so much. So look what awaits us. And I am particularly addressing, while the seasoned practitioners are, but mostly the young students. When you talk of India, you come with multiple methods or multiple manner of looking at it. But hark, let us not forget the story of Panchatantra, where we say 6 blind men and an elephant, and you would sum up in a very wrong way. But India, today, the world and India is at a great inflection point. We all agree. Because we are on the cusp of a great change on the field of climate. We are on the cusp of an inflection point of a choice of energy for the new world. Perhaps in less than 2 decades, fossil fuels and extraction of energy from fossil fuels will take a new turn, as much research is proving to be. We have inherited an earth which is coming out from the forces of industrial revolution and colonialism. Great forces of development for the world. But when the course has run, formally, if you start with the advent of the steam, and the steam has changed the way the world has actually integrated itself. In the past, when you talk of maritime, and I take a little cue diverting myself when people say, do we understand the sea? And Professor Mishra and Sanjeev Babu and everybody spoke of it. 2 things come to my mind immediately. We have a spaceship called Enterprise, which has breached the, what we understand, conventional solar system. And for some time, she was not beaming signals. And a few months back, I think she's, as people say, woken up, and she's sending signals from distances which normal human mind cannot fathom, billions of kilometers away. And what is a very moment of pride for me, when the scientists assembled that and they said, if you were to meet extraterrestrial life someday, it would carry symptoms of what is the best in the world. And it also carries a beautiful Indian song, Jahat Kahan Ho. Yeah. One of the great Indian lady singers, but that's not the subject today. When I take a cue from that, billions of kilometers and mankind's inability to reach the bottom of the Pacific Trench, if that is perhaps the deepest point of the earth, I think it proves about what we have, the destiny of man as we explore the sea. And when you recognize the human body and the oceanic world, water constitutes such a fundamental part of our lives. We have mountains greater than the Himalayas submerged in the sea. We have fauna that we even do not know. And while the rate of depletion of species is equally, maritime is not merely transfer of goods, it's transfer of culture. What would happen if Arabian traders would not be coming to India in the prospects of sourcing spices, and Greek and Roman traders across the seas would not be sourcing textiles from undivided India at that point of time, which stretched from Hindu Kush to the Irrawaddy and beyond that? So this interaction of trade led to knowledge transfer. And the advent and the transfer of the Indian decimal system, the transfer of Indian arithmetic has changed the way we look at the world. And today, when we look at AI, can you comprehend any algorithm which cannot base itself on the power of 0 and the decimal system? Entire mathematics would fall flat. If I connect this to maritime, it is the advent of the interaction of human societies. Now let me come very quickly to the subject today. I'm not going to take much time because in front of experts, I don't want to feign my kind of ignorance. What awaits us is a very exciting period. We in India have to become a production or a manufacturing powerhouse and perhaps replicate the China story when we talk of China Plus to be the factories of the world. And we have adequate research. Dr. Manu spoke about DRDO and nuclear-powered vessels at Dhamra, across the sea, at the Abdul Kalam Island, where the ICBMs are launched. And we used to send out a NOTAM, and we used to see the NOTAM and plan our vessel movements. So if you look at technology, I think we've had it, but inadequate focus on R&D, and that I think is a structural weakness in India. We, both corporates and government, have to give much more focus. And I, for one, having done 24 years in the government and 12 years in the corporate sector, and just a clarification, I no longer serve the Adanis in the capacity of the CEO of the ports. I'm just a mere advisor to the group on strategic projects, and that's what brings me back to Bhubaneswar. But coming back to what, it was very, pleasing to note the recent announcements in the month of October regarding the shipbuilding impetus that is coming, because considering that we have 95% of our trade of India by volume by the oceanic trade, and merely 8% of that is conducted by Indian flags, and what with the FOC and the flag of convenience promoting people to go to places like Marshall Islands, Panama Islands, how do we reclaim? And I take that word reclaim. So for India, the word reclaim is very important today. We reclaim our past, but we don't settle in the past. We learn from it and launch a scientific temper and a research and a manufacturing cycle, of which shipbuilding, which is called the mother of industrially, because its ability to multiply itself in terms of the jobs that it creates, if I look at employment, in terms of the R&D that it would do, in terms of lending to the economy. And if I take a little word from UNCTAD, which says that nearly the growth of maritime trade is 2.4%, which has been assessed last year, container trade, which is going at 2.7% in the world, and the fact that 1700 years of Anno Domini, India standing in the world trade was far greater than the meager 2.6% that we have, and the fact that we are an adverse import economy versus an export economy, along with the backdrop of the dollar hitting 90 rupees, it opens up multiple opportunities, but along with that, the challenges that we must handle. Now, what are the challenges? One is infrastructure. We need to build Indian ships in India and have them Indian flagged, so that we retain a part of the exchange that we must do in India. It has got many, other than infrastructure, many other challenges, such as taxation challenges. And Dr. Manu spoke about the port at Vizhinjam. When we built the port at Vizhinjam, after multiple rounds of assessment, after multiple rounds of leap of faith, and today, I was just telling him, Vizhinjam at the 20 nautical miles from the international shipping route is a challenge not just to Colombo, and considering that nearly more than 50% of India's transshipment cargo was lending itself to Colombo, Singapore, Port Klang, Jebel Ali, Salalah at times, and the fact that we could capture them at Vizhinjam, and the fastest growing Indian port today, with all humility, I led that, when we had to reconstruct that port after a cyclone Oki, and we had multiple rounds of saying that we perhaps could not do it. We finally tamed the Arabian Sea over there, and today the port stands as a testimony what modern India, through the public-private participation, the larger government, kind of umbrella, and the animal spirits of the private sector, when they merge together, you could create modern ports. For those who have not had the occasion to visit, experts from the field, if you do desire to visit Vizhinjam, please let me know. We will organize visits to tell you that the fastest growing Indian ports in terms of containers, less than a year, 1.2 million TEUs, and it has a key length of already about close to 1 kilometer. As we grow, the phase 2 and phase 3 having a key length of more than 5,000 meters, which is corresponding to 5 kilometers. In less than a year, we've already handled more than 150 ultra-large container vessels, including MSC Irina, at 397 LOA, 62-meter beam, carrying more than 25,000 containers. India has arrived, but it has multiple challenges. It also has challenges, as Captain Solanki from Nini spoke, about inland vessels, about coastal vessels, the fact that Atmanirbharta and India's trade has to transfer itself from west to east and vice versa. When we're looking at energy security and the fact that we are blessed with coal, how do I take the coal from Talcher through the ports of Odisha, taking it out to western and southern ports to give energy security? So, as I said, maritime throws multiple opportunities to us. But if you wish to reclaim, you have to challenge the shipyards, if it's shipbuilding only, challenge the shipyards of Korea, China, especially, and Japan. We have a long march to do. It's extremely important to have a financial impetus, but it's also equally important to have a legal policy framework which will promote our own shipbuilding in India. Now, I think the theme has already been set. There is not much more to be spoken about it. We spoke about a lack of shipyards in inland water transportation, a lack of dredging capability in India, but it gives me a lot of pleasure to say today, there was a time we didn't have a TSHT which you could compare. We would depend on the Van Hoods and the Yandanuls of the world to come, or the Boskalises, when to come and do our dredging and reclamation. When we go to build Vadhavan port, the whole world of the dredging companies are looking at what could be. Dredging Corporation of India, APS as a dredging company. Today we have TSHTs which can compare themselves to the best in the world with more than 8,000 cubic meter capacities. Of course, there are larger vessels in the fraternity of dredging. But again, as I said, if you look at maritime, the promise of India's development is integral to maritime development. And this is something we must recognize, accept, and embolden ourselves to take this challenge. Because maritime is such a sector, it is not confined to the ocean. If I look at maritime and I superimpose logistics on that, and I look at the logistics performance index of India, which World Bank says, and the ability to become a world factory, then maritime, landed logistics, ICDs, warehouses, cold chains, on an AI platform, multimodalism, this is what awaits. And when I look at all of this, the employment capability and the various kinds of employment skills that need to come. It is again, we have, very recently Government of Odisha has had a call for tender for developing Odisha Maritime Academy. I can say with a lot of humility, Captain Mahapatra and my late uncle, Sri Ramakant Rath, and in some way, my own personal efforts, I think it became a family venture for us. Right, Vaina, when we said, you wrote the script, my late uncle decided to quit after being chief secretary to run that institute. I had the privilege of seeing that from a derelict building, we gave it a proper building. And today, if Government of Odisha gives an opportunity on behalf of APSEZ, we wish to take this academy first to a class which is the best in India, and then work towards making it a world-class academy. And I will solicit all the presence of all the experts in the field to help us to do this. And at Chandbali, we have an institute which we want to align with NINI to make it an inland water specific skill training center, as well as inland water vessels. So again, maritime is not. I will end by saying the promise today the world has is about a blue economy, a subject that we have all spoken, but do not recognize the power of it. When we say a blue economy, it touches us because oceans, apart from doing trade, are also the largest reservoir of food. Also, the climate change, the largest reservoir of oxygen, the absorption of carbon dioxide, the presence of fossil fuels. If you look at oceans, the chain is so encompassing, you then understand why why India has not harnessed it to its best capability. The time today has come to reclaim that. Fishing, if you look at the Odisha waters, the fact that you have multiple rivers and the confluence of riverine water and sea water, a certain ppm factor of salinity, and the presence of cold and hot currents coming in, some of the best fishing fields. To my mind, next phase of development, not just in India largely, but in Odisha particularly, is intrinsically and entirely concerned with port-led development. When it is port-led development, hubs of connectivity and economic corridors, like the dedicated freight corridor from Delhi to Mumbai, along with that, the DMI, so the Delhi-Mumbai Industrial Corridor, we have been propagating to Government of Odisha, Gopalpur-Rayagada Corridor, Talcher-Rayagada Corridor, Keonjhar-Paradip Corridor, Raurkela, Keonjhar, Astarang, Subarnarekha Corridor when the port comes up. from Talcher right up to Astarang, because as Government of India and McKinsey says, nearly 200 million tons of coal must transfer itself, and it's not possible for a single port, either like Paradip or Dhamra. So, to my mind, at least 5 ports in old Odisha hold great promise. If ever we could look at the bathymetry of Suvarnareka and have a deep port, which is a little difficult to maintain because it's have a very long channel. But along with that, the port of Dhamra, the port of Paradip, Astarang nestled between Paradip and Gopalpur. And Gopalpur and Bahuda would be one complex, and I'm very excited about Bahuda because it has a lot of adjoining land and would, bypass the difficulty of land acquisition along with the port. And these ports cannot stand in splendid isolation. They need huge channels of connectivity. When you do this complex together, you are joining all the dots and ushering in or unleashing the power of the maritime sector at large. And who leads it? It would be port-led development, of which one part is shipbuilding, one part is skilling, but the larger part is large economic development of India, which is, as I said, extremely and intrinsically related to the development of the country. Thank you for giving me the patient hearing. And as I said, Bande Utkal Janani, Jai Hind. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for such an extensive and informative lecture. As we all know, that Vasudev Kutumbakam, which we say, world is integrated, there's no doubt about it. And whatever we have, all the nationalists, everything, we need to be connected by ocean, by sea, by river. So everything is connected and all have to be together. And definitely this particular seminar which we are having is for this to think, to ponder how we can make it better and more constructive and, infrastructures, how we can develop, how we can connect. So that is where we are having this particular seminar for this thought. It's a different kind of thing. Now I request our chief guest, sir, to release the souvenir. So. Now I request Dr. Manu Karulas to please present the memento to our chief guest.
No problem.
Now I request this, our Mr. Dandapat sir to please give the vote of thanks. He was here only. So please.
You cannot think of inland water in Odisha without Mr.
Without-
Dandapat. They are synonymous with each other. Again?
I'm really honored to be here to propose the thanks of vote of thanks. In fact, few days back, I shared the dais with Mr. Subrat Prat in the Samrudh, Odisha, and I get the again the privilege to be here to welcome and then give the vote of thanks. दिक्कत या मिल गया sorry for the delay. With the vast knowledge and administrative experience of Mr. Tripathi on the development, operation, maintenance and management of the ports and harbors for a considerable period, for one of the biggest port companies in the earth, Mr. Tripathi has been the right choice to grace these today's meetings, being the chief guest. His valuable advices, suggestions and opinions on the development of the shipbuilding industries in this part of the country is welcome. He has given quite a lot of information, his inspiring speech, which definitely will take us forward. So definitely we'll share your suggestions and advices along with other domain experts, guests and delegates which will emerge from the seminar in the later part of the day. And all these will be shared to all the concerned central government and the state governments, which we hope that something will come out to make these states a hub of marine activities. Despite the busy schedules and with a short notice, Mr. Tripathi has agreed to grace the functions for which are extremely grateful. Sir, I, on behalf of the management committee of the FROST and the sponsors, that is UCCIL, Institute of Naval Architect, NINI, extend our sincere thanks to Mr. Tripathi and all other guests and dignitaries. I also extend my sincere thanks to all other esteemed guests on the dais, Dr. Manu Korala, the President of Indian Institute of Naval Architect, Mr. Sanjeev Mahapatra, Secretary, UCCIL, Dr. Captain Indrabir Salanki, Project Directors of NINI, National Inland Navigation Institute at Patna, which is part of the Inland Waterways Authority of India. And of course, our President, Dr. S.C. Mishra. At the last but not least, I must extend our thanks to all the delegates, participants, students being part of these functions and making it a great success. Thanks to all. And once again, I extend my sincere thanks to each and everybody up here, including the have extended the supports directly or indirectly to make this 2 days functions to be a successful. Thank you all.
All right, now the interesting part. I mean, we all had a lovely interesting part, but now after that we need snacks. So we all will proceed for snacks. But everyone, please kindly be here by 11:30 is the panel discussion, so by 11:25 at least. Okay, thank you so much. and definitely all over our country also. But special reference this time is to Orissa. The panel members are Dr. Manu Kurula, sir, President INA. Okay. Please, sir. Then Commander Jay Kumar, KPMG. Please come on the dais. Mr. J.K. Rath, Utkal. Sir, where are you, J.K. Rath? Sir, आइए. Then Mr. R.K. Dash. He is retired Director Finance, GRSC. And Professor Mishra, sir. You will take over.
Good morning once again, everybody. And I will coordinate this panel. I am not the main speaker, but I'll definitely introduce the subject and request the members to speak subsequently. Initially, we had about 8 members in the panel, and unfortunately, due to Indigo imbroglio mostly, panel members have dropped out. They have not been able to reach here. So now we are limited to the five of us who were available. That doesn't reduce the expertise that we expect to get from the panel members. For presentation of each panel member, we don't have a time limit because we have about 2 hours. Okay? So, only request is panel members should continue their deliberations, ensuring that nobody goes to sleep. Okay. After this, I would like to introduce the subject of today's panel discussion, and therefore, first of all, I would like to tell you the genesis of this seminar, why this seminar was organized at all, and why this panel subsequently. Perhaps already it has been referred by our chief guest of the previous seminar. Which spanned from Tamralipti in West Bengal to Visakhapatnam in the southern side, covered the entire Odisha coast and a little bit on the north and a little bit on the south. And this Kalinga region, maritime traders spanned across or went across the entire coast of India, east coast of India, and also to the Southeast Asia, such as the Indonesian islands. Morning, Mr. Mahapatra referred to Cambodia's royalty being generated by the Odisha traders, and there are a lot of other things. How much of it is true is quite well the tooth relic of Lord Buddha, which is there in candy in Ceylon today was transported from Odisha, typically from a place called Dantapura in Andhra Pradesh, and it went by sea. And that is nearly the beginning of the Christian era. And we are also aware before that, before the tooth relic was transported there, before that we are aware that Ashoka had sent his son and daughter and son-in-law to Sri Lanka for spreading of Buddhism. I think his son and daughter. Anyway, so these are all historical facts, which means that Sadhavas did trade in the maritime sector some 2,500 years back. My own feeling is this trading with ships in the maritime environment could not have happened without a thriving shipbuilding industry in that era. We don't have any evidence of that. We are talking now of 2,000 years back. So, by inference, I would say that shipbuilding as an industry existed in the coastal Odishan belt some 2,000 years back, and it continued. How do you know it continued? We have number of records, Faiyan's record, Huensang's record. It comes up to 500, 600, 700 AD, which records movement of ships from Odishan coast to the Middle East, to the southeast, and to the China. And Chinese scholars did come to Orissa via the sea to learn Buddhism, and that record is there in the stone renovations in Ratnagiri, Lalitgiri, and Puspagiri sites. What happened after that in the Middle Ages? In the Middle Ages, the ports moved from southern Odisha to middle of Odisha. That is from Dantapura, Pallur and that area, Manikpatna, that area, to middle of Odisha where Harishpur and other ports were there. And till about 10th or 11th century, as has been already described, the cultural movement from Odisha to Southeast Asia was very strong. But around 11th century, due to the Chola Empire's maritime activity, the Odisha movement of people to Southeast Asia reduced. But trading continued. The important part is trading through maritime activity continued through the Middle Ages in spite of the Odishan kingdoms having their influence in Southeast Asia. In the modern times, that is the Mughal and British period, Odishan trade still continued. The ports moved still north, typically to Subarnarekha mouth and Balasore. But trading continued in spite of there not being a strong kingdom in the state. That is, shipping continued irrespective of what kind of government was there to support the shipbuilding industry. And this continued till about the beginning of 20th century when it collapsed. The Portuguese and the British people had come to the Odishan coast and they fought with the traders, and slowly the trading collapsed around the beginning of 20th century. Collapse means zero. Now this brings a very interesting, why did I say all this at the beginning? This is only because with such a strong history of maritime trade, for the last 150 years or 200 years, we have had nothing. It just collapsed to zero, and it has stayed zero till now. That is very surprising to us. And so, if you look at the Odisha coast, it has a 500 kilometers long coastline and a number of rivers. And some of the rivers have large deltas, such as Mahanadi Brahmani Delta, and so on. Rivers pass through the mineral belt of Odisha, which is the main wealth of the state, of the nation actually. The mineral wealth is in the central Odisha, through which the Brahmani and Mahanadi river systems flow. So truly, it was mentioned in the morning, and I mentioned it again, that truly, if Odishan trade has to continue, it has to continue with a major movement of ores, iron ore as well as bauxite and coal, from hinterland through the ports of Dhamra and Paradip to outside. So, keeping this in mind, Inland Water Authority of India has declared NW5, National Waterway number 5, as the one from Talcher to Dhamra. How much improvement has been done on this, how much of inland water transport has taken place, is unknown to us. In other words, it is not something that we can be proud of today, though it has the potential of becoming one of the largest inland water transportation system for ore transport. Though there are two big ports at Paradip and Dhamra, and more ports are envisaged, we have no shipbuilding industry to talk of. We have here one shipbuilder sitting with us. We'll hear from him. And another shipbuilder is there Mr. Patnaik is there in the audience. We can hear from them. But truly they're small MSMEs and small shipyards. Large shipyards, medium-sized shipyards are not existing in the state. The government of India has declared in its Amrit Kal vision document that India should become one of the first 10 shipbuilding countries by 2047. This is a very tall order. To achieve this target, the central government has decided major financial packages, which include 24,736 crore rupees as shipbuilding assistance till March 2036. It's quite a long time in the normal financial packages. Maritime Development Fund has been announced for 20,000 crores. And Shipbuilding Development Fund of 19,989 crores has been announced by the central government. This has given a fresh boost and excitement to the country's shipbuilding sector, and the existing shipyards have obtained large Indian and foreign orders, including naval vessels. This is very encouraging. I mean, we all know about it and read in papers. Many state governments have announced setting up of new shipbuilding facilities. Also, an amount of 12,000 crores has been allotted by the central government for development of NW5. I hope I am correct in these figures. Mr. Dandapat will say that. As we wondered, even though Odisha has been declared as one of the sites of maritime clusters declared in the Maritime Vision document, why there is no excitement in this state, both at the government level and also the industrial sector. About 9 months back, we decided that our small organization, FROST, would organize a seminar to highlight the need of shipbuilding and industrial development in the state. Subsequently, last month came the India Maritime Week, and Odisha government played a major role in it. About 9 memorandums of understanding were signed and declared. I think it is 9 MOUs. These included development of cruise terminals, particularly one at Puri, development of NW5 for inland navigation, connecting the mineral-rich hinterland with ports, development of a satellite major port at the mouth of Bahuda River, rail connectivity to this site, logistics support system, and development of green hydrogen project. A total of 59,247 crores investment is envisaged. This news was very exciting to us. Subsequently, we read in the newspapers that Paradip Port Authority has signed an MOU with the Orissa government to set up a major shipyard near Mahanadi river mouth in the Kendrapara district. It added a big boost to the objectives of our seminar. We understand one of the major partners of all the MOUs is the Paradip Port Authority. If you will remember, our chief guest in the morning did mention that port-led development has to take place in the state. He mentioned about Paradip Port and Dhamra Port leading the development in the state. In that connection, Paradip has signed, I think, one of the partners in almost all the nine MOUs is Paradip Port. There is only one MOU, which is an educational MOU, collaboration between Berhampur University and IMU, where Paradip is not present. The other partners are various state and central government departments and government undertakings. One of the notable features is that private sector in all these MOUs is singularly missing. I think we have to bring them back into the fold. I mean, my knowledge of all these MOUs is that not a single private sector has been involved in drawing up these MOUs. We also understand that MOUs are not binding, legally binding documents. So you sign MOU today, tomorrow you forget. But that doesn't deter us, even if only a percentage of these MOUs are implemented, we will feel proud. Frost is now an affiliated member of Utkal Chamber of Commerce and Industry. UCCIL was very enthusiastic to hold the seminar in their premises, and they decided to partner Frost in this endeavor. Frost approached institutions of naval architects, Mumbai, and National Inland Navigation Institute, Patna, for their cooperation, and they readily agreed not only to support but also to become organizers with us. We are indeed grateful to both INA and NINI. Actually, I should not be, because they are partners with us. The result of this effort is there for all to see. We have here with us not only local professionals and established and entrepreneurial industries, but also shipbuilders and professionals from across the country. We are only sad that due to the indigo problem, a few of the experts that we envisaged to be here are not with us. Shipbuilding and maritime industries such as ship repair, ship recycling, and ancillary industries are heavy industries and they require a number of different activities and support. These include land acquisition and development, technical competence to develop brownfield industries as well as greenfield industries, participation of state and central government organizations and private industries, logistics support from the government, skill availability and development, financing and financial support. Today we have got experts from various fields related to maritime industry in this panel. I am sure they will enlighten us in these various fields. It is now my proud privilege and pleasant duty to introduce the panel members very briefly. I don't want to take time on that. I mean, the little I have gathered, it is indeed my pleasure to introduce them. Dr. Manu Kurula. At one time he was my student, but today I'm very proud to say that he has done very well in his career and he is here to speak to us. He was formerly the Director General of DRDO. Currently, he is a distinguished professor of Defense Institute of Advanced Technology at Pune and a consultant to DRDO. Thank you, Dr. Korula, for coming and joining us in the panel. Then we have Commander Jai Kumar Raghunathan, 21 years of experience in the Indian Navy in shipbuilding and design. Now in KPMG, domain leader for aerospace, defense, shipbuilding, and space. A large spectrum. Okay, he is involved in Ministry of Port, Shipping, and is a port, shipping, and inland waters. Waterways, yeah. And policy consultant. I'm sure that we'll hear a lot from him regarding the policy because he has been involved in development of this. Then we have Mr. R.K. Das, a cost account and law graduate with 35 years of experience in the profession, of which 26 years in defense institutions, typically GRSE, and 5 of them in defense shipbuilding as CFO. Then we have Mr. J.K. Rath. We are very happy to have him here with us. He is the Vice President Industries of the Utkal Chamber of Commerce and Industries Limited and one of the founder members of FROST. He is most notably the promoter and director of MEChem Private Limited. He has obtained 2 national awards, 45 years of experience in manufacturing, particularly fiberglass boats and boat building. So these are our 4 panel members who are going to speak to us. I would request, who would like to speak first? I don't know. Yes, sir? Yeah.
I have a presentation, but I think I'll just read it out. There's
No, we can present.
I have to send this to somebody. Can I? Yeah, please. Yeah, tell me. What do you mean? I was asking for you. I think this meeting was there. You can see that. There should not be any problem. So while they're connecting up, I just thought that, I'll try to set some context in the background. First of all, I'd like to thank Professor Mishra for having invited me and given me this opportunity to be a part of this August gathering. And when we are talking about shipbuilding and maritime industrial development, particularly the shipbuilding and maritime industrial development in Odisha, there was a very nice reference to INSV Kaundinya this morning. I just thought I'll add a few bits of trivia to it. This INSV Kaundinya is a stitched ship. It was one of the oldest techniques that were used in shipbuilding, and almost like a calling to our great maritime tradition, we decided to go and build a ship which is made of this stitched construction. And it was named after Odia King Kaundinya, who was was one of the earliest and one of the greatest mariners ever known, and he went all the way up to Cambodia. The Royal Kingdom of Cambodia is supposed to have descended from him. So there is a lot of history to it. Okay. So Orissa has always had a fantastic maritime tradition, and while we revel in its great history, it's also a matter of a little bit of sadness that that great heritage has got lost somewhere on the way. But there is always opportunity, and which is what I am going to talk about today. What's happened incredibly is India is also in a very similar story. We were one of the greatest maritime nations in the world. We were building ships several thousand years ago. We were having trade routes up to Rome, trade routes all across the globe. The Cholas built a mighty fleet which traded and conquered all the way up to Southeast Asia. And we had a huge shipbuilding tradition too. And that shipbuilding tradition, even when the Brits came and they were building ships, everybody thought that the British brought a certain type of shipbuilding tradition to India. No. They were actually using the extensive skills and craftsmanship that was available in India to build their own ships. Classic example, I'm not sure how many of you are aware, the naval dockyard in Bombay used to be called Wadia Khata, where they used to build ships for the British Navy. And the American national anthem, the Star Spangled Banner, it was written by Francis Key Scott on a ship called HMS Trincomalee. HMS Trincomalee was built in Bombay dockyard. So the American independence, the American national anthem, owes its history to a ship that was built in India. So that's how rich our shipbuilding tradition has always been. But unfortunately, probably due to colonialism and subsequently somewhere we lost out, and today, I'll talk about it, today we are somewhere 20th in the list of shipbuilding nations. Our contribution is less than 0.6%. China, Japan, Korea account for about 85% of shipbuilding, commercial shipbuilding in the world. We are not even in the vicinity. This is just with regard to shipbuilding. If you look at ship ownership, we are currently doing an EXIM trade of roughly about 1,300 to 1,400 million metric tons a year, and about 180 to 200 million metric tons of coastal transport. We are looking to become a 30 trillion economy by 2047. If that growth has to happen, that can't happen only with the service sector. It has to happen with manufacturing sector. It has to happen with a significant growth in our EXIM as well as coastal trade. So if you're looking at about 1,300 million metric tons of trade, EXIM trade happening, that will become somewhere 5,700 or 6,000 million metric tons by 2047. Do we have the ships to carry this? We don't. Today, 95% of our cargo is being carried by foreign ships. Our annual outgo freight in Forex is 85 billion, which is far more than our defense budget. That is the amount of money we spend for somebody else to carry our own cargo. We are paying someone else. And look at it in terms of strategy, where we are. Oil, all essential material. If foreign flag ships and foreign ships are going to be carrying, you have absolutely no strategic control over your own trade, your own manufacturing requirements. So which is when all this picture was put together and KPMG had the opportunity to be able to talk about it and present it to the ministry. When we presented it all of together is when they decided, okay, we need to do something about it. We have to come out with some sort of very focused support measures which will not address these problems on a piecemeal basis. It will holistically address the demand side, the supply side, the capability and capacity development side, and also bring in certain regulatory reforms. And I thought I'll just briefly talk about it. Can we go to the next one, please? Yeah, okay. So I will just tell you briefly, I will try to cover the schemes, the support measures that have come out. These are largely pertaining to shipbuilding and ship repair. I know that inland waterways was not been explicitly covered in it, but in some ways there are certain benefits that can be accrued even in those lines. Next, please. So if you look at the background, where did it start? Next. Key shipyards in India, you will see all of them. We are, as per our Honorable Prime Minister's vision, the Maritime Amritkal vision and Maritime India vision, we were supposed to become a top 10 nation in shipbuilding by 2030, which is 5 years away. To become a top 10 nation, your output has to go to 0.6 million Currently, we are less than 0.1 million. It has to go 6 times in the next 5 years to become top 10. And if you want to become top 5, you have to do 4.5 million. That's like a massive growth. You don't have the capacity, number of shipyards. If you put all the defense shipyards and all other shipyards put together, you will still not reach this 0.6 number. You will hardly reach this 0.6 number. So to reach 4.5, you have to create so many new massive shipyards to be able to achieve this. And if you look at the list of shipyards, West Bengal, Tamil Nadu, Maharashtra, conspicuous by its absence is Odisha. And which is why we are sitting here today. How can we make this meaningful, particularly for a state like Odisha, where so much of opportunity? 4.5 million GT per annum. There is space for everybody. There are shipyards possible to come across the coast in every state in India, if you have to reach that kind of number. So there is opportunity for everybody. Now the onus is upon states to seize this opportunity. Next. Why shipbuilding is so important? 6. You look at that number on the right. Shipbuilding has an employment multiplier of 6.4, which means for every one person employed in a shipyard, 5.4 more people get employed in the indirectly and induced employment, which is around indirectly means in the ancillary industry, induced means all the support ecosystem. So this is the largest employment generator amongst all heavy industries is shipbuilding. It is far more than any other industry that you can ever imagine. So in a country like India with a young growing population looking for jobs, shipbuilding is an extremely important industry to develop. Very much so even for Odisha, because if you're looking at Odisha today, and if you just imagine a shipyard with say 1,000, 2,000 people being employed, 6,000, 7,000 people per shipyard can get employed like that. And you can imagine so many ancillary industries, support ecosystems, the ability to generate jobs is phenomenal. Similar is the investment multiplier. For 1 rupee invested in shipbuilding, 1.82 rupees automatically get invested through the ancillary industries. Again, boost to the industrial growth. It was very nicely pointed out that shipbuilding is the mother of heavy engineering industries. Everybody knows that all of us think that Samsung is a phone maker, Hyundai is a car maker. Before they became phone makers and car makers, they were heavy engineers and shipbuilders. So that is the truth. So if you want to become an engineering manufacturing major, you have to invest in heavy engineering, and there's nothing that accelerates your industrial growth as fast as shipbuilding does. All the more reason why we should invest in shipbuilding. It is, and what's unique about the fact is we have a very, very vibrant defense shipbuilding system already in place. But the problem is we have only a defense shipbuilding ecosystem. The commercial shipbuilding ecosystem is practically non-existent. But given the fact that we have such a strong defense shipbuilding ecosystem, it is very much possible for us to leverage everything that we have built around the defense shipbuilding ecosystem to make the commercial shipbuilding ecosystem also extremely successful. How did it happen? 60 years ago, the Navy decided that we will design our own ships. We will build our own ships. The Directorate of Naval Design was born. The DPSU shipyards were made partners in this. And 60 years down the line, we are building our own aircraft carriers and nuclear submarines. If you can do that in defense shipbuilding, you can. It's not rocket science that you can do the same thing in commercial shipbuilding too. Next. So what are the support measures? So the government recognized all of this, and this time, see, there used to be something called a shipbuilding financial assistance policy, which means if a shipyard built a commercial vessel, a certain percentage of the cost of that vessel was reimbursed by the shipyard as a subsidy, sort of a subsidy scheme. But that was the only scheme. You were only targeting one part of the supply side of the industry. But how will that industry benefit anything if you're targeting only the supply side? You can provide subsidy, you can provide this kind of financial assistance, but he can use it only if he gets orders. So unless you address the demand side, this was never going to work. Even if you address the demand side, it doesn't stop there. You have to build capacity and capability. You are caught in this vicious cycle, to get orders globally, I have to be very good. If I have to be very good, I have to invest money. To invest money, I need demand. For demand, I have to go to the global. So you're just caught in that cycle. We were just rotating in the cycle and never coming out of it. The only way we could get out of the cycle is to address all elements of this, and which is what the current government and the current ministry has done. See, there are 4 pillars. The first pillar is the Shipbuilding Financial Assistance Scheme, where about 25,000 crore has been allotted. It is primarily to overthought was, suppose a guy, anybody, whether in Indian or any foreign, he owns a ship. He wants to break the ship in India. If you break that ship in India, you will get something called a credit note. At a certain percentage value of that vessel, you will get as a credit note. That credit note, you can encash it for building a new ship in another shipyard in India. So in one stone, we are addressing, creating demand both for the shipbreaking industry as well as the shipbuilding industry. So that's one interesting part of the scheme, where we are hoping that, this, the strength that we have in shipbreaking can be leveraged to also boost the shipbuilding industry. So a national shipbuilding mission, just like you have a national semiconductor mission, national hydrogen mission, the government has recognized that this industry needs a very, very sharp focus and a dedicated kind of continual management, which is why this national shipbuilding mission is being set up. The second pillar, one of the biggest problems that everybody has, okay, it's very nice, we can build shipyards, we will own a lot more ships, it's all nice to say. But today you go and ask a ship owner, it's almost impossible for him to get funding. Nobody wants to give any sort of loan or debt to a ship owner because the collaterals are simply not recognized. The banks consider it an extremely risky proposition. It's not easy for someone to raise money. He's here, he's running a boat yard, you can ask them. The working capital in this business is just absolutely crazy. You need to have such high working capital, and if you don't have access to funding, how do you do it? See, the gestation period is long. For a ship, it takes about 1.5 to 2 years for a commercial ship to be built. You need to have money flowing in, and most of the time, the payment is made at the end of after the vessel is delivered. So where do they get the funding from? The government said, okay, for both ship owners and shipbuilders, we need to create an instrument, a financial instrument, a product which will make it possible for them to get easy access to financing and debt. So the Maritime Development Fund has got both an equity component and a debt component. That's what they're trying to address. Then there is we are addressing the supply side, the differentials. We are trying to address the financial side. We are also trying to create capacity, which means the government is going to support creation of major shipbuilding clusters. There is a greenfield creation scheme where the common infrastructure like the breakwater, dredging, etc., everything the central government through an SPV will set it up and will construct the breakwater, all of the common infrastructure, development of the land around it, development of connectivity, roads, etc., for any investor, any shipbuilder to come and build a shipyard. The rest of the peripheral facilities, the government will facilitate. In case of existing shipyards, up to 25% of cost of capital expansion. For a shipyard wants to expand its capacity, government is willing to fund up to 25% of that cost of expansion. So, and one of the other biggest problems in shipbuilding is risk. There are several kinds of risks, and there are no insurance products that currently exist today to cover those kind of risks. They place an order on somebody, that guy doesn't deliver. Somebody's placed an order on you, you've built 90% of the vessel, but he's refusing to take delivery. All kinds of risks are there. Where do you cover these risks? Currently, there were no financial products. So we have created new products which, through certain government-run insurance organizations, to be able to offer these kind of products to shipbuilders and ship owners. Okay, and there is also an Indian Ship Technology Center that is going to be set up, which is going to focus largely on technology development. More importantly, providing something called access to ship design software for some of the smaller shipyards or smaller ship design agencies for whom it's extremely expensive to get that kind of software, or have access to that kind of software. Test facilities. NSTL has got, he's here, he was instrumental in setting up one of the best, most sophisticated test facilities that anybody can have, but that test facility is largely being utilized for defense testing. How can we create something like that kind of a test ecosystem even for commercial shipbuilding? So that is all being examined, that will be done through the Indian Ship Technology Center. And the fourth aspect, the fourth pillar is, while we are doing all of this, there are lots of regulatory reforms that are required in terms of tax laws, in terms of, demand aggregation. There are reforms required in flagging. Ship is now considered an infrastructure entity. So it's supposed to make financing easier. But there are several other taxation problems. There is an inverted tax structure problem which is very difficult to solve, but it is necessary. You ask a shipbuilder, he finds it extremely difficult because of the inverted tax structure. So you need reforms on those tax reforms which are required to address all of this. Next, please. Next. I will just quickly run through what each of these schemes mean so that everybody gets an idea. Next, please. See, this shipbuilding financial assistance scheme, close to about 20,000 crore has been allocated. It is valid for 10 years. There is, in principle, it has been extended even, it can get extended beyond that also. Existing committed liabilities over the previous scheme will also be, admitted in this. The assistance is very simple. If the vessel is, the cost of the vessel is up to 100 crores, irrespective of what it is. There are certain guidelines which are being evolved as to which size and type of vessels will fall into this. But the vessels up to 100 crore will get about 15% of the cost of the vessel as assistance. A large vessels which are more than 100 crore, for the first 100 crore they'll get 15%, beyond 100 crore they'll get 20% of the cost of the vessel. And for some very, very special vessels, some sophisticated tankers or container vessels or some green vessels, green fuel tugs, anything that is using electric propulsion or green kind of technology, you will get about 15% up to 100 crore and 25% beyond that 100 crore. So that's a lot of support that is being given to encourage the industry and to make, see currently what is happening is China, Japan, Korea, particularly China, the cost competitiveness is, it's almost impossible for an Indian shipyard to meet that because the cost of production is high, lots of other supply chain issues we have. We are not really that efficient in terms of turning around ships. Therefore, we end up spending more time, which again turns into more cost. So, that cost competitiveness is what we are trying to address in this. What we are also trying to encourage is, it's not just you build the ships in India, the content of the ships should also be largely indigenous. To promote indigenous industry, manufacturers of steel, pumps, propulsion motors, propellers, anything that is fitted on board the ship. So, to encourage the indigenous content, we are saying that the domestic content, we are up to 40, anything 40% or greater, you will get full assistance. Between 30 to 40%, you will get it on a pro rata basis, and you have to have at least 30% of the content indigenous, which means if you look at a ship, about 65 to 70% of value addition is through all these equipment and material. 30 to 35% value addition comes from the shipyard, which is the effort, which is called the yard effort to put together. So we are saying that all of this put together, you have to have at least 30% of value coming from India. Only then it will be eligible for the shipbuilding, so that the Indian industry, ancillary industry is also parallelly encouraged. Next. See, if you look, this is the ship breaking credit note. So if you break a vessel, and let's say after breaking the vessel owner gets 100 crores, 40% of that he will get as a credit note, say 40 crores. So that 40 crore credit note, he can't encash it. He can go, if he orders a new ship in an Indian shipyard, he can take that 40 crore credit against the cost of the vessel, which means the cost of building the vessel is reduced by that amount. So this is what I was talking about. And you can stack these, you can have multiple credit notes stacked together. I have 3-4 ships. I can combine the notes together and then go and encash it and go and use it against a new order for a new vessel. It is transferable. I broke a ship, but I'm not interested in building a ship. I can give it to him. He can go and use it. So we are making it, the rules are made pretty flexible for anybody to operate this. Next. Okay, so this a little bit on the Maritime Development Fund. Please go ahead. Yeah, the Maritime, it has got two components. There is a Maritime Investment Fund, which is going to be the equity part, which is, there is an initial corpus of about 20,000 crore that is envisaged. 49% of that is going to come from the government. The rest of it is going to be raised from industry, from institutional investors, foreign investors, etc. It will support equity financing for the maritime sector. That means whether you are a ship owner or a shipbuilder or a shipyard looking for funding, you can avail equity funding under this. It provides a long-term capital for maritime projects because typically, unlike other industry, the gestation period is very long. So that is what is specifically recognized in this. Having a discussion this morning, government should stick to policy. Implementation is largely going to be done professionally. So it will be a professionally run fund. It will be a blended finance model. Will use concessional capital, which means the government's part of funding, government is putting in without too much of expectation of return. Which means, normally if you're getting it at 6-7%, the government says, I am willing to take, even if I get 1 or 2% return, it's okay. The private investor will get a higher, so effectively the whole thing will get a little balanced out because the private investor continues to get a high return, but the average return is less, which means the interest at which the debt is given out is significantly lesser as compared to what is available in the market. Similarly, you have, so the debt funding up to 3% of interest can be paid off in this debt funding. Basically, interest part gets subsidized significantly on account of this. 100% budget, a shipbuilder or a ship owner, it becomes easier for them to access this. Next. So, like the third aspect, the third pillar, next please, is for capacity greenfield creation. No, they have, the government has realized that, like I told you, 4.5 million GT per annum, if you want to get that kind of input, you need large shipbuilding clusters to come up. Shipyard, 1 or 2 shipyards in each cluster, each cluster producing about 1 to 1.3 million GT per annum is the only way you will be able to reach that level of shipbuilding production. So the government has essentially identified several places. 5 states have been involved in this. All of them are carrying out their studies. In many of these states, there is a techno-economic feasibility study that has happened. In Andhra Pradesh is one of the fastest. They have finished their TFR. They are already looking at forming an SPV. Tamil Nadu, there is an organization called Guidance, which is part of the Tamil Nadu government, which is really pushing it. The Andhra Pradesh project is likely to be an SPV between some Andhra Pradesh state government entity and Visakhapatnam Port Authority. Similarly, in Tamil Nadu, they are looking at developing a cluster around Thoothukudi. That is going to be a SPV between Tuticorin Port, that is the V.O. Chidambaram Port Trust and the Tamil Nadu government. Similarly, in Gujarat, probably Kandla Port Trust will get involved. Maharashtra, maybe JNPT will get involved. In Odisha, a pre-feasibility study had been completed. It was carried out by RITES. KPMG assisted RITES in carrying out that study. The feasibility of setting up a big shipbuilding cluster with 1.2 to 1.3 million GTPA was examined in the mouth of Mahanadi River. One of the advantages is, yes, it's got a little bit of a disadvantage. You need continuous dredging. But because it's closed, you don't need to build a breakwater. So you can, it is possible to build the shipyard without having to build a breakwater, and a natural channel can, of course, it will require a lot of continuous dredging, but that's something that's manageable. RITES had carried out the study, and the feasibility, pre-feasibility has generally been established. They have not done a detailed study in terms of the geotechnical studies, etc. But in general, it is understood that a shipyard of that size can be built in Odisha. But that's where it stands today. Today, all these states are now transforming these studies into actual RFPs for inviting investors to come and set up shipyards. In all these greenfield clusters, like I said, significant, can we go to the next one, please? Infrastructure support under this, this is brownfield. Just go back, please. Previous one. No, previous one. Yeah, so, stay here. Sorry. So in this, it is being envisaged as a cluster concept, which means the common infrastructure will be funded by the government. Common infrastructure means breakwater, dredging, approach roads, development of the land. The state government will acquire the land and give it to SPV. The SPV will develop the land through funding from the central government, through MORTH and Ministry of Roads and Highways, all the road connectivity will be established. And it will not just support a shipyard, the ancillary industries will also come, because you're going to create an entire ecosystem in one place. So that's where all the job generation, the investment potential and all come into play. So this is for greenfield. Next, please. Similar scheme exists for, next slide, for brownfield, which means if you are an existing shipyard and you want to expand your capacity, you want to build a new dry dock, you want to build new slipways or ship lift systems or any kind of immovable major shipbuilding infrastructure, up to 25% of the cost of that can be funded by government through this scheme. Next. They're going to set up an Indian Ship Technology Center, which is going to provide low-cost access to ship design software. I told you. How do you leverage existing facilities and maximize utilization? And if you have to create new facilities, that will be coordinated through ISTC. It will coordinate all the industry research, because see, a lot of thrust is coming into green technology. IMO's regulation today, IMO's mandate, I would say, is that by 2050, they want to have zero GHG from greenhouse gas emission from shipping. That's a huge target. Imagine every ship, almost every ship is going to be propelled by a zero GHG fuel, which is, you're talking of ammonia or hydrogen, or electrically propelled. That's a massive target to have. And India, being signatory to the IMO, is also going to be looking at these kind of targets. You need to develop technology for it. It's not today, if you want to build an ammonia carrier or a hydrogen carrier, they are significantly different. Technology required for each of them is completely different from a conventional diesel fuel or a crude oil tanker or anything like that. You have to fund these kind of research. So that kind of R&D for developing these kind of designs or these kind of vessels and technology that is required for building and operating these vessels is going to come from this. Now there is going to be an ISTC which is initially going to be based out of Visakhapatnam. But once these clusters come up, each cluster is expected to have one nodal Indian Ship Technology Center which will coordinate the activities for this. Next. Then there is a risk coverage scheme. This is what I told you. About 1,400 crores has been allocated where problems like, buyer's default, pre-shipment insurance, after the order is placed, that guy doesn't pay. He vanishes. You're stuck. What do you do? How do you recover that? Post-shipment insurance, vendor advance default, you pay a vendor, you paid him some advance, he's not delivering the component, you're stuck somewhere. So to cover for all of these kind of risks, special products, insurance products are being created with part funding by the government, and it will be operated through professional insurance organizations. Again, government is not going to be operating it. Next. So I think that was largely to highlight the schemes that are coming out. Now the major takeaway from this is the first ball has been set rolling, in terms of policy measures, in terms of support measures, something that has never happened. 70,000 crore for shipbuilding industry has come now. But that is not all. It is just the starting point. There is so much more to do. The devil always lies in the detail, which means the policy is there, but the implementation is where we are excellent planners, but we always struggle when it comes to implementation. So how do we implement it? The onus is on all of us sitting here to see how best it can be implemented. The first step is the guidelines. The guidelines are being formulated with the government as we speak. We are expecting it by middle of December that the guidelines for each of these schemes will come out. The guidelines will set a clear part as to how to apply, who to apply, how to make it convenient for the industry to be able to leverage all the benefits of these schemes. But it doesn't stop there either. There has to be continual involvement from industry. Industry has to come and invest. Now the government has created an atmosphere which is conducive for investment. Now it is upon respective state governments to find ways to encourage investors and come and invest in the state. And that is where I think, a lot of professional help can really, like Andhra Pradesh is a really new state. They actually had absolutely nothing going for them. Today, APMB is driving at super speed. They are already, they are there at every event. They are marketing that state at every possible way. They have taken the best of professional help to develop policies. Several teams, including KPMG, is advising them in developing state-level policies, because these are all government-level policies, central government-level policies. It's not enough. You have to support measures at the state level too, like capital subsidy. Somebody comes and invests in your state, many states offer capital subsidy, over and above the subsidy that is coming from the central government. Because shipbuilding is a very difficult industry. You can ask him. It's very difficult to make money in this industry, so it's very difficult for people to come and invest in it. So unless you it is a strategic industry. It is not simply a business. It's a very unique combination of a necessary business which has got a huge strategic inclination. So therefore, you have to have much more measures. Measures have to come from the state. Support measures have to come from the state. Industrial development, acquiring land, single window clearance for all, whether it's environmental clearance or any kind of licenses that are required to start manufacturing. All those schemes have to be worked out, and it has to happen in conjunction with the central government. Investment promotion. Every state has to really push this hard. See, the Hyundais and the Imabari shipyards of the world are looking at India now. They don't have place to grow within Japan and Korea. They don't want to lose the race to China. That's an opportunity for India. How can you attract these kind of massive global shipbuilders to come and set up shipyards in India? The onus is upon the state governments to make it investment friendly, to make it attractive for a big, and not necessarily foreign players. There are Indian players who may be willing to invest. Larsen and Toubro has got a shipyard in Kattupalli. They want to expand. They may look at it. A completely new major business house. Adani is into ports. You never know. Tomorrow they might look at shipbuilding. But they will come in only if you make it attractive. For that, you have to develop state-level policies, and that needs to be done at a war footing. Like I said, it's happening at a really fast pace in states like Tamil Nadu and Andhra. Odisha, the TFR has happened. I think the industry is looking at what Odisha can do in terms of state government level. There is a lot of industrial support, but something that is very specific to maritime, I'm not sure, sir. You are locals here. Maybe you will be able to throw some light on it. but it is necessary. If it doesn't exist, we have to put, the state has to think about putting those kind of state level support measures for the maritime industry in place to make it attractive, particularly in such a competitive environment. And like I said, industry incentives are there, maritime specific. So, with that, I just, so there is a lot of opportunity. It's not necessary that just because one state is growing, the other state doesn't have to grow. 4.5 million is a huge number. Everybody has to contribute to make up that number. And that's where the opportunity for a state like Odisha also exists. We, as KPMG, are advising governments. We are advising the state government in Andhra, in Gujarat, in Maharashtra. We'll be more than happy to, try and help the state government in Odisha also to do something on similar lines. But and like I said, there is enough opportunity for everyone, and I hope that we are able to use forums like this to highlight what can be done and how best we can leverage those opportunities. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. A very nice presentation. I suppose it's an eye-opener. In a way, it's interesting to note that the state government of Odisha hasn't done enough yet. I mean, that's also our conclusion. Is there any state government officer in this audience? Anybody? Okay, we have two officers here, but you see, even the presentation here is so limited. I mean, people should have come here, should have listened to him, and should have taken steps. Anyway, I suppose something will happen when some officers are here. Thank you, Commander. It is my pleasure and my privilege, sir. It's a great presentation. I hope you can give us the presentation. Yes. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Will you speak now? Okay, now I'll hand over the mic to Mr. Khosh. Mr. Das.
Respected Professor Mishra, dignitaries on the dais, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Commander Jaikumar already has given a very broad policy guidelines, whatever Government of India has issued, and a lot of a lot of ideas about the shipbuilding industry. I will not go in detail, I will touch up the practical aspects, what is going on. The topic is shipbuilding and maritime industrial development. Both are interrelated. Maritime industrial development integrates ports with industrial and commercial activities. It promotes ports-based industry. Shipbuilding is basically a port-based industry. Shipbuilding also covers ship repair, ship breaking, and ship breaking. Already Commander Jaikumar has told that new incentive scheme has already come and it is introduced by Government of India. As on date, if you will see, there is no shipbuilding, commercial shipbuilding in our country. Only the shipbuilding, what are the major shipyards are there, they are engaged in defense shipbuilding. As we have only 6 major shipyards, one is private sector and 5 are government central PSU. Those are engaged in shipbuilding and all are engaged in defense shipbuilding. And already we have seen the map, India map, Commander Jaikumar is showing that Odisha is the one place where there is no shipyard. All the coastline shipyards are there, Odisha is blank. Now I will touch up about the demand. how much demand is there in, because already in broad sense, Commander Joykumar has covered, but I will give the picture, the quantitative picture. Indian Navy, as on date, they have also some vision, 2035, they want to increase their fleet size of 200. And around 140 fleets are there as on date. 55 ships are in different stages, they are under constructions. The value is around 1 lakh crores. AON AIP already, there are around 74 ships. The value is around 2.35 lakhs crores. And apart from that, apart from Indian Navy, so to increase their fleet size up to 200. So all these things, and the timeline is 2030, Indian Coast Guard, and Indian Navy 2035. The present, whatever the present capacity is available in our country, all the shipyards, including small shipyards, it is impossible. It is not practicable at all to achieve this target. This is as regards to defense shipyards. Commercial shipyards, if you will see that we are negligible, nothing. Only Cochin shipyard, they are forefront, they have started few years ago, some commercial shipbuilding. Now GRSC started, they are entering. So commercial shipbuilding, we are almost nil. Whatever vessels and tankers is available in the world, almost 60% vessels are going to, they are very old. After a particular period, the vessels will not be used, and a particular getting insurance is a problem. You will not get the insurance of the vessels. So first of all, that existing vessels has to be replaced. Apart from that, the new, because of demand, new vessels construction is required. So commercial side also there is a huge demand, and because of huge demand, there is a lot of pressure on the shipyards in the country, and whatever shipyards are there, they cannot cope up with this type of demand. Commercial shipbuilding, particularly, it is a little bit in comparison to defense shipbuilding, it is simpler. Defense shipbuilding, the value of the contract is high, and defense shipbuilding, the ships are complex, because in the ship, all the, for operational use of our defense forces, all the necessary facilities to be created, and modern equipments, modern weapons, communication equipments, navigation equipment. Because of that, the value, cost of the value of the ship is more in comparison to shipbuilding, and also gestation period is very high. Because of longer gestation period, the working capital, whatever working capital is there, it is usually financed by the customer. So usually the shipbuilders as on date for defense shipbuilding, working capital is not a problem. And some of the particularly public sector shipyards, the capital is also some extent financed by the government. I am telling what is the advantages with the government shipyards. But if you will start if in case of commercial shipyard, the gestation period is not so long, and also the value of the ship is not that much. And particularly, but the size of the ship is big, because to accommodate the cargo. Shipyard is a highly capital intensive industry. Professor Mishra was telling that we have so many MOUs have signed, but not a single private sector has signed this MOU. If any investor, he wants a return on investment. If the reasonable return is not assured, nobody will be interested. So, in case of shipbuilding industry, the major assets are dockyards, building berth, high capacity cranes, very costly cranes, wet basin, jetties, land. Because like other industry, here this industry requires a lot of land because the bulky metal has to be transported and also that fabrication it requires a lot of space. And also dredging sometimes also because of siltation, sometimes dredging. And these are very costly affairs. And unless this capital, this capex is not given and this is not assured, naturally nobody will be interested to come forward because they want whatever capital they will infuse, they want a return, reasonable return at least. Because of this government, already the scheme already Commander Jaikumar has covered. Government of India, the Maritime India Vision 2030, there is a provision of around 3.3 lakhs crores across the ports and ship and inland waterways. This is the provision they have made. And apart from that, to address this, these aspects and boost the shipbuilding and maritime ecosystem, a package of 69,725 crores is earmarked by the government. Further, 25,000 Maritime Development Fund is created for long-term financing of CapEx. Apart from CapEx, there is for any business, we require CapEx and we require running capital, that is called working capital. In case of shipbuilding also, working capital is a little bit high because the inventory holding is more. And particularly in case of shipbuilding, initial period, the working capital may not be more, but in the midpoint of the construction, the working capital is high because when once the hull is over and it is after launching a lot of high value equipment, the engine, the shafting, gearbox, all these things has to be lowered. At that time, the working capital flow, the cash flow is more. So the cash flow, working capital cash flow in shipbuilding industry, it is not linear. It is a little bit some sort of up and down. It will go up and it will come down. So for working capital requirement, I told in commerce, in defense shipbuilding is already almost financed by the government, particularly defense ministry. But in case of commercial shipbuilding, the case is not like that. Because as per my experience, when we will negotiate for giving advance, the global shipbuilders, they will reduce the price. So that means if you are getting some advance from the customer, naturally your price is reducing. So that means we can say in other words, there is no financing of working capital in case of commercial shipbuilding. And commercial ship, sometimes some of the items, particularly the ship owner, they will tell that we will supply directly. Those cases, those items, apart from those items, other items, various yard material, steel, etc., all these things the shipbuilders has to arrange. So under these circumstances, the working capital cost is a cost element which increases the price. People might be thinking that the cost of labor in India is low and we are cost as per labor, there we have cost advantage, but it is not like that. As on date, when global tender, when I have participated in global tender, I have seen that we are nowhere in comparison to big players in the world. Because one of the reasons I have seen that is that scale of production. We always go for 5 ships, 10 ships like that. But other global shipbuilders, they will go for 50 ships, 100 ships. Accordingly, they will that backside the ecosystem, everything, the economic scale, they will get that advantages. Because of that, the cost of production will be less. So that is the disadvantage in our country. Even defense shipyard also, in defense contracts also, I have seen that they will not give a contract like any, even aircraft also go for 50, 100. They will give 40, 50 like that. So naturally the manufacturer, he will not plan accordingly. And once your ecosystem is well established, your cost of production will go down. Sometimes what will happen, the shipyards, not I am telling 4 or 5 years back, shipyard is thinking there is no job what to do. Once for a shipyard, already we require 50 to 60 small companies to support you. Once your vendors, they will come to know that you don't have sufficient order, they will pack up, they will go. Creating an ecosystem in shipbuilding is very difficult. But once the ecosystem is destabilized, very difficult again to get it back. So therefore, in our country, the main problem is the assured, continuous is required, and because of that, the cost will increase. Now, to mitigate this problem, Government of India has come out with shipbuilding financial assistance. Already detail I am not going because already Commander Jai Kumar has presented. This ranges from 20% to 30%, 25% in different type of vessel. And also so many criteria are there. Within 3 years you will have to build all these things, because you are not fulfilling the criteria means you will not get. But in my experience, I have seen that some of the contracts I have got in global contract because of this government scheme. Without this scheme, it is very difficult to compete in the global tender to get a shipbuilding contract. I can just, while summarizing, we can see that from the whatever I have told you, there is a huge potential in shipbuilding in our country. And we don't have shipyards and we don't have ecosystem as on date. And government of India with a lot of schemes, I am not again telling all the schemes, they are now started to boost this sector. And only thing that the Professor Mr. told that MOU have signed. MOU is not a legal document. People are satisfied, I have signed a MOU, so many things will come. Out of 100 MOU, how many are getting crystallized? So MOU is not the only thing, that how to MOU to be converted into action, that is the most important thing. MOU to convert to action, thing is that the investor should be assured that his investment, he will get a reasonable return, and his investment is secured, and he will not be harassed, he will be taken care for during when he will do the business, he will be assured all sort to solve his problem. Now I am coming to Odisha, because Odisha, already we have seen that Odisha is the only place where there is a gap. All over the coastline, all over the, and Odisha, lot of the nature has given lot of things to Odisha to develop maritime ecosystem. Odisha has 480 kilometers of coastline, deep water coastline. Coastline is a very deep water. We have very port now, big ports are like Paradip, Gopalpur, Dhamra, all these ports are there. And also that we have a very iron, the ore, that mineral base, rich mineral base. And also new ports like Astarang, Chandipur, Bodha, all these things are in the pipeline. So all these ecosystems are there. Still then, there is not a shipyard as on date, there is not a single big shipyard, even medium-sized shipyard is available. I have not heard any shipyard who can participate in any tender, in domestic tender or global tender to build a ship. Of course, the government of India now recent government of Orissa. One is that first is that environmental clearance. Sometimes one is that first is that environmental clearance. Sometimes environmental clearance creating, you see, some of the projects in Odisha that has come because of environmental clearance. Still now it has not seen the light. Environmental, then concessional framework under the Odisha Maritime Board, multi-agency approval. There is a complexity in the mechanism, lot of complexities are there and a lot of bureaucracy is there. And the investors, the enterpriser, the businessman, he doesn't like to spend days together for this bureaucracy. Cyclone is also a thing that is natural. Sometimes that local community, particularly fishermen, they also they will come forward for their demand. Ecological sensitivity also, that has to be taken care. High dredging and siltation also sometimes required, and that thing government should take care that cost. Connectivity, rail and road and rail link, that is also very much, because so many ports are there, that is not except Paradeep. I don't think that well connected, anything is well connected now. High upfront capital expenditure, already I have told. Land acquisition is also a problem. The government should ensure that the person who is coming for business, he should not be harassed for land. Shortage of maritime and shipping skill, that is all over India, because as on date I have seen that one more problem is there in our country is skill set. We don't have, for shipbuilding, we don't have sufficient skill set. Whatever skill set is there, that is moving from one, suppose somebody is giving 5,000, 10,000 extra, people are moving. So that is most important, and also government side also, even central government, they should take care how to develop skill set, because this requires a particular skill set for shipbuilding. So these are the areas the state government should see, so that this sector can, the businessmen, they can come and they can invest in this sector. My recommendation will be that the government should focus on project with integrated port. That is most important. Without integrated port, the total, all the facilities will not be available. To use the phase investment model to manage dredging and capex. Huge capex is required, already I have told. That's why this is a phase manner. The government should, the investment, because that much revenue, the revenue of the state will not support that much to all in a sudden to boost this sector. The phase manner, the government should invest in phase manner. Joint venture with the established port operators, because experience is most important. The government start with the established port operators for risk sharing. So, and a community engagement program should be there to de-risk social approvals. Because after once somebody will start the business, again the local people will come, no, we will not allow you to start the business. For that thing, that at least community engagement program to de-risk the social approval should start, and this should be taken care by the government. Prioritize the location with confirmed rail and road connectivity. Already I have told that, because unless the road and rail connectivity is there, the port cannot operate efficiently. Finally, I like to conclude that there is a huge potential for shipbuilding in the state. Odisha Industrial Policy 2022 and Odisha Maritime Policy offers capital subsidy on shipbuilding, interest subvention, availability of land, support of brownfield ship repair. Government of India policy is also very conducive as on date for shipbuilding. Odisha is not yet a shipbuilding place at all. and in spite of availability of ecosystem. So therefore, all stakeholders should put their effort to grab the opportunity. This is the opportunity has come. Already, states like Andhra Pradesh and Tamil Nadu, both they have started in big way. But our state, we are lagging behind. And unless the opportunity is not grabbed, naturally we lose the opportunity and we will be behind. And that's why if everybody will start also, the Odisha can be a shipbuilding hub. Jai Hind.
We can now request Dr. Korula. Thank you, Mr. Das. Very nice. And now we'll ask Dr. Korula to continue.
Actually, sir has said he can speak there. Actually, we were listening heavy stuff for the last 1 hour or so. So if all of you agree with me, we can stretch ourselves, can stand up and stretch ourselves for 1 minute. Is it okay? Just standing and stretching will be helping us because shipbuilding, Jaykumar has said that though we are not getting the benefit of heavy industry, we are the heavy industry. We are doing all the heavy lifting. All heavy lifting we are doing, but we are not getting all the facilities or facilitation that is required for heavy industry. Okay, by standing, what I want is this understanding that though we are handling things, heavy stuff, very, very heavy stuff, that load we are not putting on anybody. We are putting on the water. Okay. So this is a technique, all our load putting on somebody else's shoulder, water's shoulder. And the government also thinking that these people are not taking the load. So why we should facilitate them? So we should now bring in both government and all concerned to look at us more closely, how important it is to both handle. If you are all fine breathing in and breathing out, can we breathe in and breathe out? Good. Breathing in and breathe out. Is it possible? If you are all right and the lungs are full, then you can sit. Thank you. After a talk by Jaykumar, it is very difficult to speak in any forum. He has a wonderful voice and he is a part of a policy making and managing organization. As a naval officer, I have seen him. He could convince anybody and everybody. So I'm really happy that now he is a part of the policy making and that specially concerned with us. Anyway, it has been wonderful. Many of the information what we were looking for, that they have covered. But I just wanted to see some other side which probably they must have spared it for me. We are all talking about shipbuilding as an industry which need to be supported, and we are poor. We cannot stand on our own. And shipbuilding cannot be flourished. This industry cannot be. Maritime industry cannot flourish unless and otherwise people support you. How we thought of why that is happening? If it is something which has to stand, which has to have a demand, which is special, and which is going to be fetching. Jaykumar conveniently didn't tell us that. He has told two figures. He told the opportunities whenever you invest in shipbuilding, 6 times that opportunities comes in. And another figure he has shown 1.83. If you put money, 1.83 times somewhere else. What is the return on investment? If I spend 1 rupee, how much I'll get? Could you say something about it? Exactly. Please note this. This is the point. What is that point? What is that point? This conference, if we are able to address this particular point, how can we have the right return on our investment? Anybody who is working in maritime field, how he can get the rightful return on investment? How the aircraft industry has flourished. Actually, some time back, I was trying to set up in the maritime field something like, which is there in airworthiness certification. I'm not talking about surveys of the ship. It is about the equipments that is used for maritime, specialized equipment, their certification, international certification. I have realized that people don't want to invest money in the maritime industry because of the return of investment. So if this 2 days conference, if we can get the key for this, how Jayuma's formulae of 1 rupee you put, you should get 2 rupees. Then our problem is solved. How can we do this? Actually, Dasab has brought in a point. He said, Indian shipyards, they are all waiting for what? He didn't tell orders. All are busy, he said. Indian shipyards are waiting for what? Consistency. That is one thing. There is one more thing he has said. Expertise. Actually, if you have to make something very, very precise, better than others, that will fetch you better money. There was a diamond necklace which was costing, it is an Indian diamond, it came in newspaper, which was sold for some money. And it was polished and sold 10 times more. 10 times more in just 3 days. The old story of management, people say that 1 kg of potato, when you sell it as uncle chips, it is 1,200 rupees. In shipbuilding, what is that transformation? What Dashaba said about GRSC, I'll tell you. He was I also had a stint, 4 years I was at GRSC. So GRSC, how they act differently, I know. I wanted to appreciate GRSC. This particular thing I'll tell you. DRDO wanted to make a ship. It is supposed to be a silent class ship. One of its kind. No other silent class ship is ever made in India. This is the first one. We have floated tenders. Actually, it was required for Naval Physical Oceanographic Laboratory, NPOL, Kochi. Cochin shipyard is nearby. They have not quoted. Because they said, if I spend my time on this specialized vessel, I'm not sure whether I'll get an order, repeat order. Whatever my return on investment on one ship, I'll not be able to take. If I cost all the money, then I'll not be able to make this ship at the cost what it is supposed to be. In India, we need only one acoustic research ship. Actually, the costliest thing in the world, you know what now? Is information. And that too, it is underwater domain awareness. The costliest thing in the world. About underwater, where the diamonds are lying, if you know, you have to only go and get it. It was told, it has to be confirmed. Probably somebody here will be able to confirm. In the Orissa coast, it seems there is a lot of diamond deposit. I don't know. He may be knowing. He is looking at something he must be knowing. Yeah? Yes, Hirakud. Hirakud has come from that only, Hira. So, the information where exactly it is, that is underwater domain awareness. How do you get the underwater domain awareness? You should be able to listen things, how the diamond is reflecting on its presence, and we should catch that. That's as simple as that. So, I just want to conclude. A lot of stories goes like this. I just want to conclude. Technology, when you bring in the 10 rupee a kg potato becomes uncle chips. In maritime field, GRSC was ready to take the construction of acoustic research ship at a very competitive price. He was instrumental. I really appreciate him for that, taking that challenge. Less than 500 crores, 490 crores they have taken at honor. And it's a big challenge. And now I'm sure GRSC is going to get world orders. When you take challenge, the risk appetite for our industry, maritime industry risk appetite is zero. That is why you are looking for support from everybody else. IIT Kharagpur. Palis sir is here, Professor Mishra is here, many from IIT Kharagpur, including me. Mishra sir is here. We all know that. At a time when nobody was teaching naval architecture in India, IIT Kharagpur was teaching naval architecture, a BTech program. And as a naval architect, when I joined Garden Reach, my boss was designing himself with just desk calculator, a bulk carrier. India, 100% on the table. And it was designed and built at that time. In the world, only 2 companies used to make such designs. And he has designed it, made in India. There was no takers. There was no takers. These are the problems that has to be addressed. Actually, again I'll take Palis's name. He had been, along with him, other people in Institute of Naval Architects, Mr. Das Gupta, many of them, Professor Mishra. They have made a lot of points to be brought to the notice of government. Fortunately, I was an additional secretary rank officer. I had so many chances to meet these people, secretary level meeting, representing my secretary. Even Sagarmala project, Prime PM was reviewing. All these places, what has come out clearly is that where the technology is the essence, we go abroad. We don't try to make it in the country. We don't attempt. Our risk appetite for technology is zero. When Kharagpur IIT was teaching, we are going to claim 100 years now of naval architecture teaching in the country. This has to be looked at. I'm not telling naval architects has to do all maritime industry. I'm telling in the country, the finest thing that is required for that specific specialized knowledge that is required, it was existing. All other knowledge, if you are making rockets, if you are making, Jaykumar was telling shipbuilding is not rocket science, it is more than that. When you are not considering it as rocket science, it will be making us beggars. When you consider it as rocket science, so what I request you, when you make policy, make shipbuilding as rocket science and produce things of that order. When the aircraft carrier wanted steel, India, we have produced steel. And that steel was available at 10 times more the cost than normal steel, which we have produced in the country at 1/10 of the cost. And we are able to produce ships at a cost which is lower than anywhere else. HY80, HY180 steel, India, they say we don't have. But ISRO is welding 760 mm steel plates, making cylinders, pressure cylinders. Malsya 6000. And they have taken this as a risk, NIOT. So in India, we have started. What this government has brought in, what Jaykumar has said, All those policy decisions are fine. But these policy decisions should give the industry this edge that I should be able to take risk and advanced technology inputs I should be able to bring in. The institute that teaches naval architecture, maritime sector, marine electronics, mechatronics that is applicable to marine, the space technology that is applicable for maritime. Which institute is teaching all these things? When that comes, we again go abroad. Anything that is costly, anything that gives us 5 paise, that we go abroad. Anything which has to be begged, that we do. So, cashew you export, and peanuts, this is what we are doing. Can we change? Are you ready to change? Yes? Yeah, we have to change. So all these people who are sitting here, they have put in their best life for making the country proud and standing in the front, not catching the tail of the buffalo. We have to be on the front. We have to be on the horns of the Chinese dragon. Are you ready to sit on the horns of Chinese dragon? That is what. This is what we should be looking at. We should stop talking about freebies. Freebies are for taking risk, not for going smooth. I know Solanki Sahab, how he could come here to attend this conference. Must have spent a lot of time at the airport because we fought. After 6 hours, we got a flight seat. I had to travel via Hyderabad to come here. If it is easy, he would have gone home. He has made it a point to come here. Each and every one of us, when you are getting into the marine field, please remember, you are dealing with something which is very different. Anybody ask me, what is special about you, Manu Kurula? The answer, the special about each and every one of you is same. That is, we have tamed somebody who is unpredictable. If you ask in one sentence, can you describe sea, ocean? That one word is unpredictable. Thy name is sea. Unpredictable, thy name is sea. Unpredictable, thy name is, women used to be the earlier one. Now they are all predictable people. Yeah. Otherwise, Madhu is sitting there, she will be taking offense. So, unpredictable, thy name is sea. And you are selected to tame that sea. Do you have the tools, the skill set, and the risk appetite, the capability to take a risk? Do you have a backbone behind to hold you when you bend? You should bend it like a backup. Do you have that capability to tame the sea? Are we talking about that? Or are we talking about tinkering? Indian shipbuilding was never tinkering. We were making things which others could not make. When Jayagumar has said the Trincomalee story, it is about something others could not make that we have made. There were 2 young lieutenants who has recently circumnavigated on a sail ship which was made in India, Tarangani. And in the remaking of that, we could do some help. I have seen that vessel. It was made in India. And the way what he has said, it was stitched first. And can you imagine, these 2 girls circumnavigated and came. Whole world. This is called risk appetite. So all who are sitting here, I think the young blood is flowing in us, and even including Palis sir. Again, I am not going to tell your age, sir. As young as Palis sir in his mind, we should look at this field, maritime field, which is not going to give only 2 times, which can give 10 times. When you do things slightly different, with technology, I'll tell you, he was telling about civilian sector and the defense sector. Even the defense sector itself, I'll tell you a comparison. Defense is making two different kind of submarine. One is called as strategic submarine. The other one is tactical submarine. Strategic submarine has all the weapons, which before using I should inform the enemy. It is for muscle power. Tell them that I have this, I'm coming. Hold on. This is very, very specialized. The weapon system, the entire submarine, including the propulsion, everything very, very special and specific. Whereas tactical submarine, which is the normal submarine, diesel electric, now it is getting fitted with AIP, air independent propulsion. India is making both. Jagumar, you should comment on this. India is making both, but there is a small difference. The strategic submarine, which is sophisticated, the best, 92% of it is indigenous. 92%. Whereas the tactical submarine, only 62% we have reached. Because cheap things we can buy. Strategic things we cannot buy. They are not available. When sanction was given on India, we have made the maximum leap. Now the Modi, when he has decided, when the government has decided, we are going to make things in India, we are not going to buy. We are leaping again forward. This is the time for you. The government, with all those schemes, what they have given is not arms, please understand. It is the capability, ability for you to bend and do things. Now about the infrastructure. He was again telling about the infrastructure. What is the most important infrastructure? Again, both of them are brought out. It is the human capital. Human capital for maritime field comes from where? From the academic institution. The digital world that we are in, the autonomous ships that is coming out, the sensor-based navigations, the sensor-based every activity, how we are geared up for that, our academic institutions. Our human capital, I don't want to describe further on that. You should think and act on it. Our senior citizens who are veterans of that area, the knowledge base that they have, life expectancy has moved up by almost 10 years in the last 30 years. And it is becoming better. That is why we are all here. That's why we are all here. What are we doing? How are you tapping this potential? What is the worth of Professor Mishra's 1 hour in a day? Are we tapping it? Who is responsible for this? Actually, after 60 or 55 or 62, people are forgotten and they have to be again on the road. Professor Mishra has to invite all of us. This is the responsibility of the government. To use every possible capital that is available to him. It is like natural resources. It is like resources of the sea. We are neglecting everything that we have. We don't know how to froze the diamond. Right. Now, last one point. This is very, very important. The banking system that we have, it has to be friendly. But many places, I have seen in the maritime field, people are not ready to lend to the industry. So there has to be the risk that is there. Government also has to have a method to assess the risk. And if somebody is taking a risk, highly risk project, they should say that it's a high risk project. This particular thing, there has to be a high risk project. There should be a special banking system. Then such projects will be taken. I am sure coming 2 days you will be asking many questions to the panelists and others who are here. All these people, we'll have to discuss and find out a way how we are going to make a difference, how we can make a vibrant shipbuilding, maritime industry. Now that we are all hungry and we have to hear from Des sir, let me stop it there. I hope we'll all talk about it. I am ready to discuss. I'm sure you are also ready to discuss. You are ready to discuss on this? Yes. Right. Yeah. So we should discuss on this to Des sir.
Very good presentation. I think everybody is awake. Nobody is slept. Okay. I'll pass on the mic to Mr. Rath.
Very good afternoon. In fact, with crores and crores and all heavy stops, we have to come down to the small boats, the small weight. So I'll be restricting myself to Odisha as well as the fiberglass small boats. The recent news of getting into shipbuilding, the active participation from the Maritime Board as well as Paradip Port and Government of Odisha. So this is the coast line which has got two, one is the north and one is south. So the whole coastline, ultimate coastline of 575 kilometers, we do have a lot of activities, but Odisha's coasts are also occupied with wildlife activity, so a part of it cannot be disturbed. We do have distinct all three ports, and with this, we do have many large industries for which the ports are also quite busy. And it's a one-way ports only because metals go, it doesn't come. So very hardly any ships come with material. And container ships are very less, for which even these ports are not that economical. So it's a one-way traffic which they have. So this is the, I mean, it has already been discussed partly, but not fully, with the Maritime Board and Paradip Port Authority. They are partnering to have a target for our Maritime Amritkal Vision 47. The cluster has to come up. There is a 2,000 to 2,500 acres of land has been allocated at just north of Paradip. I mean, the other side of Mahanadi. One side is Paradip Port, the other side has to be explored, with the large shipyard in plan and ancillary industries for various activities which are required for the shipbuilding. Then R&D as well as training centers and common infrastructure. And administrative office, of course, there are many other possibilities to dislocate it to some other place also. That is in that frame. So this is a world-class shipbuilding cluster to be established. This is the dream they have, but we have to see how it goes. Because many of the projects, I mean, the way it goes, should not go with a snail speed. So the target is to strengthen India's goal of becoming one of the top 5 shipbuilding nations globally. If we really work and the government can come up and Paradip Port supports all this, and if entrepreneurs comes up, that is the first thing. Entrepreneurship is lacking at many places. So we have to see what can come up. This is the map of the Paradip area. I have marked it with a yellow line, the entire 2,000 to 2,500 acres, which will come as a cluster there itself. Because Paradip port is one side, the other side they have even IFCO's factory is also there, part of their activities. Yeah, when you come to the small, large, I'll not discuss at all because all experts are here. But when you talk of the small ship repairing facilities, there is no facility as such in a professional way in Odisha till today, which has got great scopes. And even Indian Navy has got a lot of work they do in Vizag. But between Vizag and Calcutta, there is nothing. The whole, it's a wonderful patch. You can, when you go with the map, you find otherwise any other states, everywhere, I mean, throughout the country, if you see, it's quietly, closely, the activities are there at various places. So, there are no dockyards, and there is no dry dock. This is a very small dry dock for Paradip port that they have there for their own system, for which even the port crafts also they move to Calcutta for maintenance part of it. So anywhere, if even for a small activity for 50 meters vessels, if we limit it to that also, if anybody does it, I think there's a lot of work which can come up. Lot of work can come up from Vizag itself or from the local vessels. Even port craft, you talk of the large fishing vessels and barges, etc., can be maintained there. When we talk of the small ship building, there are a lot of places in Odisha itself. There are a lot of backwaters, particularly from Dhamra, if you come down to Ali and all. It's a wonderful, you have the tide difference is to the tune of around 3 meters, which is quite good. For which many people also, they discuss about the recycling of vessels. That is also feasible. Even Ostarang and Gopalpur side also, there's nothing wrong in that. If you come with small, there are very, very small boatyards which are lying in the entire coast. I'll talk of that later on. And the moment the NW5, I don't know, I mean, it's still a dream. No idea because we heard of it during around 2012 or so. Until today, it's as it is. There is no change at all. So, this is the Baitarani, Brahmani and Mahanadi. You can see the backwaters. Entire backwaters are quite active for a very long stretch of places. And in fact, the fishing vessels constructions are on with the bank of these rivers. You talk of Balramgudi, is also quite busy with fishing trawler making. Then when you come to Ali and all, that's also quite good. Because those places are wonderful. If you even I feel 5,000 tons vessels, barges can be made. So unless until, even that's again a requirement of NW5, when it comes, then only the barges construction can come up. So when you talk of the another big activity place is Chilika Lake, but Chilika Lake has got only the scopes to have vessels with a draft less than 1 meter, not even 1 meter. But the average depth which where we operate vessels in Chilka Lake, it comes to around 2.5 to 3 feet. 2.5 to 3 feet is the draft required for a vessel, because hardly 4 feet water will be there. So you size we have to size down the vessel in that, and Chilika Lake is something which is not less than 7,000 small wooden boats which are operating in the Chilika Lake. There are many places in Chilka Lake itself, but the entire activities are limited to two things. One is the tourism, the second part is fishing. And the peculiar part of the boats being, I mean the boatmen who have got boats, boat owners, they use the same boat sometimes for passengers, carrying for the tourism part of it in the season, and otherwise in fishing itself. Mr. Raut can say better, because he has the licensing authority, whether it's a fishing license or the license for a tourism boats, which they take. This is a case, these are two cases I can say. There is a Garuda houseboat. Someone has made it. It's a Vikas organization. They just made a dream of, they had a dream to put houseboats in Chilka, called someone from Kerala and asked them to build the boat. They built the boat, the boat, it has got 5 rooms or something. It's quite nicely made. But ultimately, the owners didn't know that the draft of this vessel will be 4 feet, and they can never operate it widely. So it has got a very small patch where partly it is being dredged regularly, for which they take it out, and it's a very small patch where you have a depth of around 14 to 15 feet in Chilka Lake, where it operates. So it works as a hotel till today. So nothing different than the flotilla of Calcutta. So there are 2 other vessels. I took that photograph. This is also a project of Mayfair Hotel. They also called someone to make these vessels. So they wanted to make a completely floating restaurant, and the other one to a houseboat with having around 7 rooms. But after making the entire halls, and they found that they can never shift that, it could not float. So that was the level of hardly any depth where they built it also. And now they have auctioned this in scrap. So this is the story of Chilika Lake, where we have to limit our vessels. The length, the design has to be such that the draft should be 500 mm or so, that can operate. There's Osterung also. This is another place where they have the backwater goes to the tune to a stretch of roughly around 12 to 15 kilometers. And this place has just started for pleasure boating. There are few local boats have already started, and they probably are again trying to explore to create a better tourism spot with good boats which can operate there. So I don't want to talk of this. This has already been discussed in detail. Government of Orissa, when you talk of shipbuilding and it is in a priority sector. Government of India, Government of Orissa, the entire industrial policy has got the 3 categories. It's a normal category, and there is a priority category, as well as there is a thrust sector also. So thrust has got better opportunities, better incentives. But shipbuilding, ship repair and construction of other mechanized floating vessels, they come under the priority sector. So there is some facility. Again, tourism and hospitality, which is also connected through the boating work or small cruises to be made. So a lot of land incentives are there, the stamp duty as it is, not required to be paid. Exemption on electric duty is for seven years. Then power incentives are also there, the tariff less by 2 rupees. Then fixed capital investment has got a subsidy, 20% of it. So these are certain things which are definitely additional benefits if anyone makes it in Orissa. Then the GST benefits will be given, talk of the employment subsidy, and environment-friendly infrastructure if you make, there are a lot of things which are the facilities which can be given through subsidy or through the electric bills. These are all facilities we can get. There's again the renewable energy plants. If you have additional, captive, then you get benefits. Then private industrial park if you make, where the shipbuilding comes, as well as it has got, with other ancillaries also you locate along with, a lot of facilities Government of Orissa gives. So now I'll come to the small boat building where my entire career of 36 years in boat building I have spent. In fact, Odisha didn't have much boats earlier, the mechanized boats for the coastal fishing. And coastal fishing, everywhere, and particularly this particular east coast, had only the catamarans. It is called catamarans because 4 logs are tied up with the rope, and it was being used earlier. So before 1990, there are only manually, they had to get in. There's no engines were there in any of the boats. And it was a UN initiative which started during 89 to 90, that the entire Bay of Bengal states has to be assisted, and there is a scheme from NCDC, and there is a loan facility also, and there is a sanction also. With that, these boats, the entire R&D was done, and I was lucky to be part of this particular UN project. And basically, I'm an industrial chemist, but as I was into FRP, and then I was selected, then I got into their entire training system, where I was trained by the wonderful naval architects those days, one Mr. Gulbranson, with whom I worked for 5 years. And there was a gear specialist, they called the fishing gear specialist from France, one Mr. Pazot, and of course you must be knowing Ravi Kumar. Ravi Kumar was also the naval architect. He was part of the project. So my entire 5 years of working with them, taking out the entire suitable design for Orissa, suitable design boat for Andhra, and suitable design boat for Kerala. Andhra and Tamil Nadu was the same design. Orissa had different. Because they had to follow the normal design which normal now was having. So they had to change, because naval architecture is not a small, it's a very age-old thing. So people have tried to take out the finest model to get into the sea. So they had to follow that, and those lines were used to design a efficient boat. And there are 2 things. One was the material, where the maintenance should not be there. They can handle it easy, is fiberglass. The second part was the propulsion system. And the propulsion system, initially, when you get into the sea from the beach, they are called beach landing crafts. And when you take it from the beach, you need a propeller to be retractable, and it has to be lifted up, then leave it, as it gets in, drop it. So it goes. There should be a protector. With that, we started, and this is the first boat which I made for Orissa coast, and continued making almost 100 hulls 100 such boats we had to give in entire Orissa coast. The beauty was these 100 were given to the fishermen, local fishermen. And local fishermen, normally they were initially without the engine, they had to go for 6 hours to the spot all the day, I mean every day. So get the catch for two hours. After that again come back in 6 hours. So the entire day goes. But with this change, the scenario changed. They started fishing for 10 hours and 2 hours is the up and down timing. So you can think of what change came. And after this pond was over, the NCDC, whatever, they sanctioned, there was no further funds. So 100 boats were given to the fishermen. But there are so many fishermen, so many people who wanted such boats. And they came to me, sir, आप बोट दे दीजिए, डेली हम आपको 80% हमारा जब फीस निकलता है आप ले जाइए. So how can I do that? It's not my cup of tea. So this is how. But I wanted the development also. But I cannot get into this mess. There are merchants, so I decided that I should pass on the technology to them and they should develop their own people. And they developed it. Today, probably not less than 8,000 such boats are operating. And the best part is, whatever we designed, later on they changed it also. They named it Tepa. And they themselves, they changed the design, the flooring type of, whatever flooring and the insulation part of it for their fish hold. And the next boat, you can see this move of beach landing craft. Very wonderfully made. The last one that it covers is a huge one. I have gone 4 to 5 times in these boats. Later on, this shape changed to this, and ultimately this long tail came up. Grips developed because we were making that retractable system in our factory, but later on grips came up with the entire thing, and now you find the long tail is the propulsion system for most of the cheaper version of the boats. Which this also we have made many, not less than 500 boats. We have made such boats. However, Chilka Lake, Bhitarkanika, Satkosia, these are all the tourism spots where boats are required. And later on, because the ecotourism developed at many places, so later on we have made many boats which are for the tourism purpose, 10-seater. These are standard boats. And wherever you go to Bhitarkanika, you find our boats, the 20-seater. We have made this the same boat with a luxury filling. I'm sorry. These are the bigger ones, the 50-seater, 60, 70-seaters like that. We make up to 15 meters of monohull. And this also is a fast patrol boat. They are the catamarans. But catamarans we started in 1991-92. The second one, as you see, is probably, there are 2 of them are operating in Assam even today. Patna also had 2 of them. Also, entire Ganges had such boats. We had given roughly around 22 boats in the entire Ganges as well as Brahmaputra. Recently these boats have been given. There are luxury air-conditioned boats in Chilka which is operating now. It has got partly the entire hotel part of it is solar, but the prime mover is OBM for this boat. And the left bottom is a floating restaurant which we made in 2000. So it has already covered 25 years by today. They're the latest, the houseboats with 2 rooms, which are operating in Gupti. There are 4 of them. We also made, we are making steel vessels. In fact, Mr. Ajay Patnaik is here. He has mastered in that. And steel vessels, we had a yard inside the Paradip port for almost 10 years. So that time we have made many vessels. In fact, even this Jalaprabha is a vessel for Cochin port, which we made at Paradip itself. It's a self-propelled 250-ton barge. But I had to close it because Paradip port, in fact, they went for the expansion, and my land went into their work expansion. So after that, very few sailboats we are making because we cannot make it in Bhubaneswar and send it somewhere. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. We have had a very useful session. We have learned big ships, small ships, and how to do things, investments, and all that. I think it has been very interesting. But anyway, before we break for lunch, I think some mementos have to be given to the panelists. So let us do that. And I have to tell you something about the second session. Second session is interaction with the audience. And I'm sure in the audience there are many people who would like to speak their views as well as comments on the presentations made. I would prefer that you please give your names who want to speak so that we can call them by name and it will be easier to conduct. So please help in this. And I think we will not be able to start the second session by 2 o'clock. We will make it 2:15. Okay.
I think Sir has already said enough. It was an amazing session, this morning session. And before going for lunch, let us do the part of giving the mementos to our, guests and the speakers. Solanki sir, can you please come? To Commander Jay Kumar, please, sir. बाहर Solanki sir, can you please give a memento to Dr. Manu Korolla sir? Now I request Dandapat sir, please come and give away the memento to Das sir. Sir, can you please give to Mishra, sir? Now I will give the memento to Raj sir. Sir, what time did you? Now it is 5 minutes to 2. Yeah, yeah. Lunch, yes, yes. 2:30 we'll assemble back here. Thank you. We'll go for lunch now. मैंने बैग में डाला होगा पेपर ऐसे लेके पढ़ रही थी ना हाँ 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 Panelists, please come to the, you're requested to come to the dais. Ajay, he's on the phone. And no, they'll come. Shruti, just tell outside, request everyone to come inside. He's on, sir, please. He's coming, he's on the phone. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So can we start? First name is Mr. K.K. Palit. Palit sir, you would like to speak? Yes. Yeah, sure. Yeah.
You do the movement part. Yeah, no problem. Excuse me.
No, I have something to talk about the financing policy of government. The present financing policy of the government is that they, as this construction is progressing, they give 5% when the order is placed, 10% when keel is laid, maybe 15% when steel construction is in progress, and the last 30 to 50% on delivery. This is the policy, present policy of the government. But this money is coming from the owners. That is the present policy. But government from the coming year, from 2026, they are changing the policy. They are saying they will give 15%, which will be given by the government for normal vessels and 20% for hybrid vessels. That policy will come from the coming year. But owners, they know that if it is a normal vessel, 15% they will get from the government. So accordingly, they will reduce the price. Owners will reduce the price. or if it is a hybrid vessel, they will reduce the price. Accordingly, when they are writing the contract with the shipbuilder, they will reduce the price for hybrid vessel 20%. Because they know that government will give that much money. They say that why should you get that money for nothing? So we will reduce the price, may not be 20%, maybe little less. Now, about year and a half back, some of the senior naval architects, we wrote to the Prime Minister. They include Mr. P.R. Govil, one of the senior most naval architect from IIT Kharagpur. Mr. N.K. Chugh, who is now working in India for Schulte vessels. Mr. Arup Bose, he has got a small design firm in Kolkata. Mr. Sahai Raj, you know all, he was supposed to come, he could not come. And myself, we wrote a letter to Prime Minister of India saying that you have a policy like this, but then that is not the good incentive for the shipyard, because the ship owner has to get the money. Where from they will get the money? So please give them soft loan, which they will return back to you when they earn from the ships. Government had agreed. We wrote to Prime Minister. Two things we wrote. Number one, you change the stage payment and give some adequate money to the shipbuilding industry. So when we wrote to the Prime Minister, immediately he passed on that letter to the Minister of Shipping. And Minister of Shipping immediately passed on to Nirmala Sitharaman, the Finance Minister. In the last budget, if you all remember, government has said that they will give some 24 crores for the shipbuilding industry. But they have not taken any action about the soft loan which will be given to the ship owners. Soft loan will be paid back by the ship owners. We had written that soft loan will be given back by the ship owners. Now I request Mr. Commander Jayakumar that why can't you include this policy for giving assistance, soft loan to the ship owners, so that they have also have incentive to place order on the Indian shipyards. Now what is happening, particularly where I was working, ship owners, Shipping Corporation of India, they knew that shipyards in India, they will not be able to deliver in time. So we used to place order in Korea, in China, in Japan, in all foreign countries. So, but if the policy is changed, I would request Commander Jayakumar to take up with this government.
Sir, maybe I probably didn't explain it in so much detail. The first part that you talked about, 15%, 20%, 25%, that's part of the... Hello, yeah. That's part of the shipbuilding financial assistance policy, where 15% of the delivered price of the vessel, or 20% or 25%, depending on the size of the vessel, the government will pay. The guidelines are coming out. The stage payments are changing. It's not that everything is going to be paid at the end, so that the cash flow starts running for the shipyards. I think that's the first part of the question. With regard to funding being available to shipyards, sir, the pillar 2 that I spoke about, which is the Maritime Development Fund, that has been designed specifically to ensure that these kind of low interest debt and equity funding is available to not just shipyards, but also ship owners. Mainly it is targeting ship owners. Currently, which is what I was trying to explain in the morning, if a ship owner goes to a bank and asks for loan for buying a ship, he's not going to get it, because securities are not structure of securities that financial bankings and financial institutions are working. Which is why this Maritime Development Fund was created. See, how it will work is, government is putting in some money, the investor is putting in some money. Investor can be institutional investor, private funding, private equity funding, anything can come into that. 49% government is putting a stake. The overall, it might look that the overall thing is, they will lend at a certain rate, which will be lower than the market rate, the software rate. How will it work? The private investor will get a higher return because he is putting money only because he is looking for money to come back. But the government's expectation on the money that the government has put in is much lesser. So therefore, the average interest is significantly lesser than what the kind of debt funding rates that you will get from the market. So this difficult problem of funding, particularly slow debt funding at lower interest rates, MDF has been created specifically to address this only. And it will be a professionally managed fund. You are looking at all kinds of investors putting money into it, government putting a significant part with very little expectation of returns. So that's where the soft funding is going to come from. I hope that answers your question, sir. Yes, that it is right now a policy. Implementation will take some time. When it gets implemented, there may be difficulties for people to still access it. But the intent is very clear that the funding should be easy funding, relatively easier funding should be available to ship owners as well as shipbuilders. That's what MDF is meant for, sir.
All this is fine. You just said about banks and all not coming in. Why can't the government take a proactive this thing and start talking? Because after all, shipping is the lifeline of any economy. You take away shipping, economy collapses. I will speak about it tomorrow. If they start this process, particularly with the large lenders within, shipping finance is available overseas, which is there. On that same structure, can the Indian financial institutions start looking at providing loans for shipping industry? This could be taken up as a new policy to, it's not an overall thing, but it should be started.
Point taken, sir. What is expected is, currently there is a stigma. Why financial institutions don't lend is they feel that it's too big a risk of a business. They don't want to get into that business. But with this MDF coming in and a significant amount of debt going around in the market, this kind of tools, and if they find that this product is becoming successful, financial institutions will, it is hoped that they will follow suit. But your point is taken. I am not government, sir. We are only advising the government in some cases. In future, yes, if there can be some methodology in which financial institutions can be incentivized to develop products to deal with this, definitely it can be considered.
See, there's a little more to that. What I would like is the government to start this conversation with the financial institution. Unless, particularly when shipping and development and is maritime led development projects, I'm totally against just the port-led economy development. It should be maritime development, that they start this process. Once the government starts talking to the financial institutions, it may take a little time, but they'll say, yes, the government, this is one of the priority sectors. They will, they were, when you started giving loans to the farmers, it was initially, none of the banks were ready for it. But slowly and steadily they came in. That is what, you have to start the conversation. If you don't start, as a person who is, organization which is giving advice to the government on policy making and all that, this could be a start.
Point taken, sir. Just two things have happened subsequently. One is ships have been accorded the infrastructure status, one. Second, actively that the provisions of the SURFACE Act are being relooked at, which prevented, not prevented, which kind of disincentivized financial institutions from lending against ships. That is being relooked at. So that conversations have already started to what So they're asking the financial industry, tell me what is it that is preventing you from getting into this? So that we will try and address those regulatory aspects. So that conversations have started, sir.
Government is ready for supporting the industry in any manner that the industry can possibly take it in the right way. Now, I was discussing with Jayagumar the same thing. Government's one problem is how they assess an industry. They cannot make 1 lakh crore loan to the industry and sit and wait that the industry will some way get it back. How do you ensure? How do you tell the financial? You can imagine. So government was doing an auditing of financial institution. They have found a lot of frauds in the financial institution itself. So they should not be adding one more dimension. So government is definitely looking into it. Even I had a chance to visit the industries, heavy industries minister. He had in fact called us because some of the problems which we have solved in the defense sector, they wanted to do it in the heavy industry sector. Even they have told whether you can, defense production can take some of the heavy industries. So we have asked them why they are not taking shipyards into heavy industries. They felt that shipyards are doing better than the heavy industries. Okay, so we are thinking that if we are included in the heavy industries, we will be better. But many of, including HMD, it is all in the verge of closing or already closed. So it is a new philosophy that is happening in all these industries. And government is trying to figure out how this can be addressed. So they are trying to make a framework, assessing each industry. Who needs fund? Government should be able to make out before they go to him. This fellow needs fund. He should be able to tell banks, this fellow needs fund. If the bank is giving him loan, government will give him that soft loan. So this mechanism has to come. The present government's plan is excellent. They want to identify who needs fund. Then they come and ask. If that can happen, that is the best thing possible. Somebody needs money, the government should be able to see that this fellow needs money. And all those 2 points which I have told in the morning, government also will look at the economic impact analysis of giving that money to anybody as a loan. So it is a full circle.
Right. I will take up a little bit on that. Yes, financial institutions, economy, it's something which I'm going to tell tomorrow. You take away the maritime sector from the economy. Where does that land you? It collapses, period. This is what the government. Unfortunately, the finance ministry has not appreciated that. No amount of algorithms or financial instruments or derivatives and all that can overcome this problem. Somewhere down the line, I think we as a nation, and it is not restricted only to our country, worldwide, for various reasons, shipping has not been given that due position where you take away shipping, the entire economy of the world will collapse. And one thing, no, my issue is government is understanding it. Does the finance ministry understand it? That is where this.
also to give me points, additional points I have taken from you also. And whatever points we have said, they have asked research. 10 letters at least I have received. What is this? What does it mean? How it has been? So the present government is very considerate. They are appreciating all our problems and they know the money level. That's it. Only thing, our mechanism also has to be made. Like today, this particular concept, if it was happening 4-5 years back and 4-5 years if we are taking it in momentum together, then all these mechanisms would have been in place in origin. So now that we have started, I'm sure in another 2-3 years we'll be vibrant. Our industries will be knowing what is possibilities are there, how I should be ready for it. I have to have my financial bank statement resume so that I can do this issue. So we have to have an ecosystem wherein we are ready to use this issue. But it is there.
Sir, one thing I will tell you that in South Korea, in China, government is fully supporting the shipbuilding industry. They are not only to the shipyards, to the ship equipment manufacturers. They are giving the help so that so.
In India and placed an order and they have supplied with government funding. Those vessels, when came to India, they were not functioning. They were supposed to function at 12 knot speed and they were giving 4 knot speed. 4 knot speed. So there is something, they are funding, but this sort of poor quality check and all the things are not there. Not there in the government. And next time, India will not buy from there. This we have to rectify. Indian organization, government organization has placed order on China.
No, sir. I do not agree to that. In shipping corporation.
You don't agree, but I have corrected those vessels.
No.
Those vessels speed, it was not giving speed.
No, sir. No, sir. Hyundai shipyard, we have built at least 20 ships.
Hyundai, I agree.
Yes.
I'm talking about, this is not Hyundai.
I'm talking of the foreign countries. The government support is full there. Whereas
Every country it is the truth. Shipbuilding, if you make a business plan, financial plan, everybody will get scared. So what is this business? This is not a business at all. This is a last making answer. If you look at the face of it. Everywhere it has to be some sort of a government propping up at least for
exactly.
25-year period. Late, yeah. China did this 25 years ago, that's why they are there. Okay, we did not do it in the past, but that does not mean that we are doing now. This 70,000 crore has come because of that only. No, it was unimaginable in 60 years of our independence that 70,000 crore.
Actually, I had just one on this. Professor Mishra, when he was teaching us in college, if you summarize what he has taught us is go for a good model ship. Means if you are designing a new ship, go for the best model. The best model is most likely to ensure that your design is of a better quality. Now, putting this into this context, today if you see the most successful shipbuilding nations is South Korea, Japan and China. That means 35 years back, they did, or 50 years back, they did something because of which they are the successful nation. Is there a framework to see what is it that these countries did and what is it that we need to copy, replicate? Like for instance, your interest rate. Any ship owner you ask, he said, interest rate kya hoga? After you do all that, after you do all the arithmetic, what is the interest rate? Can we put this in a table and see this is where they are so that we know whether we are just to please ourselves or we are actually going what we are?
just to answer your question quickly. Uh, uh,
Quick this thing, since you're talking about China and Japan and Korea, of course they are somewhere in the top. But last 10, 15 years, one country which has actually significantly come up in the shipbuilding is Vietnam.
and Philippines.
Yeah, Vietnam. So, yeah. So when we're talking about lessons learned, probably we should also not just look at the top guys only, but also guys which are fast improving. That's all it's making.
When we did this study, when KPMG did this study for the ministry, we studied everything that has happened in China, in Japan, in Korea, in Philippines, in Vietnam, in Europe. Why some shipbuilding industry went up, why shipbuilding industry failed, what mistakes did somebody do, what right things did somebody do, what are the best practices that we can. This shipbuilding financial assistance policy graded scheme, it is our invention, but it's not entirely our invention. It's not this government. It is based on what Korea did 25 years ago. It's based on what China has started 25 years ago and is continuing to do. China, the amount of subsidy that China gives is actually not sustainable, which is what he's telling you. That's why the quality is not okay. It is impossible to sustain. They are just to keep the price low, they're doing all kinds. I don't think that's the right path for us. We may not reach 53% of the market share, but even if we reach 10% of the market share but deliver quality ships, we are better off. This shipbreaking credit note scheme, China was doing this. We took a cue from what they were doing, we improvised it, we linked it to our, how can you do both, how can you bring both together? Almost every single policy has been benchmarked against an existing policy in some other country. So, what you said is right. 35 years ago, they did this. We have learned lessons from all of these people. By the way, Vietnam and Philippines, yes, they're growing. This 4.5 million number we are talking about is to reach top 5, is to see that we are at least better than one of the two. Because they're also growing fast, but they have also hit a roadblock because we have something which they don't have, demographic power. We've got young, very, very skilled engineers, technicians, and industrial workers, which even Vietnam and Philippines don't have. They don't have the numbers, they don't have the demographics in their favor. Today, skilling. Today, we are in a situation where Korea and Japan are coming and telling India, can you send some workers to work with us? We will train them. So, all these aspects have been taken into consideration. While making what they did, we have taken lessons from that part, but we are trying to improvise over and above that path also.
Based on the input that you have given, feedback that you have given, if we are not using it, the government will not listen to you again. Now, all these funds, whatever has been declared in the last budget, 5% is getting used, 2% it is getting used. Just imagine how they can budget it again next time. So, we have to publicize this. We have to make our systems ready so that they can use all these things. And instead of that, we will again write to Prime Minister. As if, the entire mechanism that he has constituted, they don't exist. This is what exactly in his words. The entire mechanism you are not using. So this we should remember, entire mechanism. He said entire mechanism. Then only Prime Minister is required. Other mechanism need not be there. This is his own way, his own words. So let us make whatever he is listening to us and implementing, let us 100% use it. This is what is the need of the hour. Right, sir. Next question, please.
I had a question in regards to what we have been discussing. As you mentioned that we have been, we didn't do the investments 25 years ago the way South Korea, Japan and other countries did. But right now we are doing those investments. But then the world that we are going into, the next 25 years, 30 years, 40 years, we are seeing major changes like climate change and policies that are getting diverted towards those elements. And something like shipbuilding or maritime industries, which will be affected drastically because of it, especially considering that they run on fossil fuels and we are getting more and more people asking to become renewable. How should India develop their industries using these mechanisms of 25 years ago when the future is actually changing this drastically?
Good question. One of the greatest things about India's legacy, culture and philosophy is we don't take extreme measures. We always take the middle path. it is very great to say that we will go zero GHG by 2050, we will go into green technology, all of that. Very nice to hear. Europe has got that kind of money. Maybe they are willing to do that kind of investment. But as a responsible nation, we also know that we can't go to the other extreme, which is, I will not do any greening, I will continue to use fossil fuels. India has consistently been taking that middle path, which is the right, if you honestly ask me. Why? I'll tell you. Changing to green, it's not a very mature technology. We don't even know whether it works. Everybody is saying transition fuels, methanol, then we'll move to ammonia, then we'll move to hydrogen. Methanol is somewhat proven. How many ammonia fueled vessels are proven? Is there a hydrogen fueled ship? Have you seen anything? Small boats are going. You don't have that technology. If you want to carry ammonia as a fuel, the entire fuel system in your ship has to change. You have to have seamless pipes, your storage mechanism, it is all cryogenic. You have to have compressed cool tanks. It's not like carrying normal fuel. The costs of this technology is very high. Who is going to pay the cost? So when this transition is happening, it cannot be a emotional, sorry for the lack of a better word. We don't have space for Greta Thunbergs of the world here. We have to have practical decision makers here, honestly speaking. And if you force, why should it be the ship owner who has to take the burden of this? If you feel that it is the ship owner's responsibility to adopt green technology, it is costing him money. Either you offset that cost by paying him, because all of us are, this environment is for all of us. It's not only the ship owner's problem. Or the other option he has is, whatever cost he's incurring, he apportions it to the cargo he's carrying, which means everything that you buy will become more expensive. Are you ready for it? So it has to be a balanced approach. I think the government is doing the right thing in not going the Europe extreme way, nor are we saying that no, we will not do this at all. So it has to be a graded approach. What have they done about it? It's an excellent thing. If you look at the SBFAB scheme, 25% subsidies for green vessels. So they are incentivizing people. They are not forcing everyone. You can't force this. But they are incentivizing people to, if you buy a green vessel, you will get 25% subsidy, which means part of the cost the government, additional cost the government is willing to bear. Green technology is being funded. And over a period of time, when the technology becomes mature and the cost of the transition becomes a little bit more affordable, I think the transition will automatically happen. If you force stop the way Europe is doing, you are going to create I'll tell you, disruptions are good, but sometimes these kind of disruptions, as a country like India, we are not in a position to absorb. We should not get emotional and say, I am a green warrior, I'll do it overnight. No, it's not going to happen. So I think we will follow that middle path, and there are lots of very, very innovative people here, sitting here, working in laboratories to make ships more efficient, more eco-friendly, and I think technology will emerge, and I think we'll be in the forefront of it. And there is a youngster who is asking a question.
Of course, what Commander Jayakumar told us right when we talk about big ships and other things. On the other end, tomorrow there's going to be a lot of conversation on inland waters particularly and all those things. Let us understand one fine point. It is also about getting the fuel. We are talking about a lot of repair and entire infrastructure which has to be developed across the inland sector, both in terms of fuel, because if you're going to propel and all those things. And as naval actings, we will also understand that these electric boats and other things are affordable only up to a certain size. Beyond a certain size, they are not economical. But happily, some of the applications of inland waterways happens to be within that size. There are a lot of research which is happening as research offshoots for microgrid electricity generation using, non-renewable sources, including currents, tidal waters, and all those things. These all could be potential local hubs for charging and other things. In a way, you can just tell Kochi Metro project is in a way a pilot for that, in terms of technologies, if not in terms of scale. So these things are all going to come in various places where the infrastructure has to be built afresh as opposed to the existing infrastructure. So for existing infrastructure, I'll fully support what Commander Jayakumar told, but where you have to develop the infrastructure, some of the new technologies, where it is economically, can certainly be looked at.
Yeah, like for example, even if, it's not just ships which need to change. Your bunkering has to change. Your ports have to be equipped to supply different kind of fuel. So it's a massive change. It has to be gradual. 2050, in my opinion, my personal opinion, is extremely ambitious. If we reach by 2070, 2080, I don't even know whether we'll reach there by 2070, 2080. But okay, it's good to have an ambition and keep going around that. Yeah.
Good afternoon, sir. As a good question asked by ma'am regarding the cleaner energy or zero carbon emission, uh, I have a small study regarding the dual fuels. Nowadays, the few companies like MAM BMW are making a dual fuel engine which is compatible with ammonia and as well as some conventional fuels. So Indian ship owners particularly can adopt these engines and can also have two different grades of fuel, like having an ammonia or a conventional. Either way, eventually he is not going to directly convert into ammonia, but slowly by having his own studies, having his own company studies, like if I am using ammonia for this much period of time for 1 month sailing and using conventional, they can gradually and slowly they can go to the cleaner way.
Very relevant point. This transition will be very gradual. If you're an engineer, you'll probably understand, the only difficulty in this is it's very easy to store normal fuel. It's extremely difficult to store and handle ammonia. So the technology, while the engine part of it is sorted, the engine is able to handle both. Your fueling system, your fuel supply system, your pipelines. Imagine you can't have a flanged joint in your ship. You have to have unwelded flangeless pipelines across the entire fueling system. So that will take time and that is expensive. So your point is very correct. We have solved one side of the problem. The engine we have solved. If you are able to solve the other side of the problem in terms of the fuel supply system, a lot of the problems will get solved. And yes, that's the way forward. Hybrid engines are the way forward that way.
So it's for the recording, sir.
Okay, you said something about Europe and all that. Let me be a little disruptive. They have colonized the world for a period of time, and post Second World War, they have sort of declined, and that is the end of it. The way Europe is behaving today, let me say, it is neo-colonialism. It is nothing less than that. They have lost out on manufacturing. They have even lost out on fair amount of services. So what is there left today is this so-called aura of green technology, which they are now trying to sell and thrust so that you become continue to, and as Foreign Minister said, Europe's problem are not our problems. Let's look at it. You said 2070, I said nothing before 3000. I am firmly of the opinion. Yes, bringing innovative technology, we have to be leaders. I'll give you an example that when this autonomous vessels came in, we heard about it. I immediately put it on the agenda of the Maritime Safety Committee in the IMO, where we started. Now we've got a sort of a non-mandatory code. So that is how we have to go about it. We can't be bullied by the Europeans anymore. They are a have-been. Thank you.
Very correctly said, sir. They continue, their singular aim is technology. Even if we are transitioning to green technology, we should be developing our own solutions rather than depending on them. And we should take our own time to do it. There is no hurry. They have got all the fuel that they wanted to become where they are. Now we are being very responsible. We are not being irresponsible at all. We are understanding the problem. We know we see climate change around us. We know it is a problem. But the solution is not to just disrupt the whole team at time to something which is not practically possible.
I think what Sir said is very true, is what we were going towards. And what my concern was that, say we invest a lot in this industry and we are going ahead and we are streaming well and we are earning a lot of, like we are having economic growth. And then say 10 years, 15 years down the line, I know it's a little too optimistic, but say we make those manufacturing industries that you're mentioning, getting those shipbuildings in, and then say 20 years down the line or 30 years down the line, other countries start bullying us, saying us that, hey, you should become sustainable, you should switch to renewable alternatives. But because we have already invested so much in this infrastructure and creating this ecosystem, we haven't actually gotten back the revenue that we have invested in it. Because to regain that revenue and actually make profit, it might take maybe 50 years.
Especially with new technology. Example, Europe pushed in sulfur emissions in the sky, pushed it through, went through it, it came into force and everything. When these GHG gases were being discussed, it was found that the reduction in sulfur gave an increased CO2 emission around with this thing. So, and there again, it is again neocolonialism, putting it down your throat. We have to be very careful of Europe at all.
We have a few more questioners. Can we, they are given their names. Is it possible to go to the next questioner as per the list I have here?
So
Yes.
actually switching from that greenhouse and ecology, actually I am asking one question on business sense.
I'm
basically.
sorry, when I am saying something, somebody else is asking. I can't understand this.
Sorry.
Please wait. I have here Mr. Raut, who has given a question. He has given his name. Let's hear him. Your turn will come, sir.
Hello, sir. Already some part of the question has been shared by Palit sir and others. So my question directly, that I was in government, state government. So this Maritime Development Fund was discussed, and there was a vibrant procedure by Government of India to state government, so that the state government, along with Paradip Port Authority and Government of India, has signed an MOU to Paradip for shipbuilding industry. So may I know what the packages of MDF should be given guidelines to the state government? Is there any packages or guidelines to state government?
See, the MDF is primarily meant for shipbuilders and ship owners. It can be anybody. It can anyone who wants to build a ship or anyone who wants to establish a shipyard or operate a shipyard can leverage the benefits of the Maritime Development Fund. It's got an equity component and a debt component. It's not specifically meant for state government, but if how a state government can use it is, they can bring up their own schemes to complement it. Like for example, this in Mahanadi, near Paradip, this shipyard cluster is coming up. Now the mechanism is that an SPV will be formed between Paradip Port and say Orissa Maritime Board or Orissa Industrial Development Authority. Hypothetically, I am speaking. The SPV's job is to attract investors to come and build a shipyard there. Part of the funding in the pillar 3 that I spoke about will fund any kind of common infrastructure like roads or dredging or channel creation, all of that. That funding will come from the central government and under the pillar 3. There are, MDF will provide the shipbuilder, if he's say a big Indian business house wants to invest, MDF will provide the shipbuilder the kind of soft debt, soft loan, either in debt form or in equity form, to access the fund which will be required for him to build the shipyard. It's the investor's prerogative. It is not necessarily a mechanism or something that the state government can use. But how the state government can use it is, you can create policies within the state that central government is giving pillar 1 support, which is SBFAP, MDF central government is giving for setting up the shipyard, common cluster, this funding is coming from central government. Additionally, I will give you X, Y, Z features. Like state government will give you capital subsidy. You set up a shipyard here, I'll give you 15-20% of the investment. You set up a shipyard here, I'll give you subsidies on power consumption. I'll give you subsidies on
CIS.
So just to give you an example, I'm not sure whether Orissa is, or I know Orissa has got a lot of industrial support policy. we are working with the Andhra Pradesh government, that's why I'm privy to it. They also had a lot of industrial policy, but they came up with a separate set of policies for supporting the maritime development in Andhra. So something like that, how the state government can do is, it has to, for attracting investment, for doing investment promotion, one of the things that the state government can do is how you can complement the central schemes with your own schemes and advertise it together as a package that you come to Odisha, I will give you XZ, central government is giving you XYZ, there is so much of advantage of coming in Odisha, this kind of material is available, labor is available, we can get you skilled manpower, and you promote it. So the state government's job in this case is to see how you can develop a fully, holistically supporting environment that is conducive for investment.
Thank you. My another question is, whether just like in 2014, the government of India has notified the 14 non-major ports in Odisha coast. So is there any plan for notifying the coastal shipbuilding clusters in Odisha?
See, there is no notification procedure per se. What the government is doing is, government says that anybody wants to set up a shipbuilding cluster, certain support schemes are there. So much of funding I will give you to build the breakwater, do the common facilities, etc. Every state is, any state is open to set up a cluster. Notification, I mean, it is a matter of discussion, debate. I don't think it will be specifically notified. The government has announced the support schemes. The state government can partner, create the SPV. After the SPV is created, they can send a proposal saying that I am going to set up this cluster here. Please give me the support under Pillar 3. And using that, you can, the state government along the SPV can go out and look for investments from shipyards. It can be global shipyards, it can be Indian other business houses, heavy major business houses, etc. And try to attract their investment. And it's not just the shipyard. There is also a shipbuilding cluster that is coming around it, ancillary industries, which means the onus is upon the state government and the SPV to do that kind of investment proportion to bring all of that. So there is, it is still a work in progress, so I might not be the final right person to give comment on whether a notification will come. But yes, the government is open to any state proposing this. That is my understanding. And if you are able to bring the investment, they will support you, definitely.
My question is, the total coastal line of 555, it is rectified, for it is 555. So, being it is a cluster or shipbuilding, it is being a vibrant project of the government of India. And would government of India should find out the coastal study for the development of shipbuilding?
In the case of the Mahanadi river mouth, they got RITES to do the study. RITES did a study. It was not exactly a detailed study, but it was a pre-feasibility study based on which they assessed the feasibility of whether a shipyard can be set up there, and that's how it has been recommended.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. First of all, I would like to thank all the panelists. They have put the issues of shipbuilding and the development in a very good prospects. Now, I have few pointers based on the experience which I have. The first thing is shipbuilding incentive, which was there in 2016. So only 12.5% of it was used. One of the reason which you stated is that they took only one pillar. They have not taken the other pillars in account. But other than that, my own experience is that number one, when the there is no demand. Why there is no demand is because we have not linked it to the shipping industry. We have to actually see shipbuilding as part of the shipping industry. And when we look at China model, or we look at Korea model, or Japan model, Japan created a company called NYK, which was a purely a ship chartering and shipping company to fool the world, whereby they could only use Japanese-built ships to bring in iron ore or whatever into the country, and those ships were funded by the Japanese government. So the total ecosystem of importing the freight was within the country, the shipbuilding again within the country, iron ore coming, the ancillary getting developed in the country. So that was the system. I do not see anything in that prospect regarding the shipbuilding, whereby what is required is, I am talking of IWT sector, why that is not taken up is because we have PSUs. If we say that 15% or whatever, say fixed percentage has to be carried by our IWT trade, or in this case, we have a cabotage, for example, on the coastal shipping. Why can't it be on import that all this much percentage is dedicated? Why only to SCI? It is dedicated across the whole Indian ship owners or ship built in India. So that is because how we are projecting the scheme is that we will benefit out of 85,000 crores. So, but why are we not linking it to that? So that the shipbuilding industry has got orders.
Sir, if I may answer
Sir,
that question, if I may answer this particular question. The US in the 1920s had something called the Jones Act. The Jones Act said that if you are moving cargo from any port in US to another port in US, you have to compulsorily transport in a ship that is flagged in America and built in America. You cannot use any other ship. So the Jones Act was very, and the reason why America became a shipbuilding powerhouse in the 1940s and 50s is the fact that this kind of support came in. This current government very much considered. There was a very lot of deliberation about making it mandatory to, at least in our coastal cargo, that if you are doing any coastal cargo transit, it has to happen on an Indian-owned, Indian-built ship. But there was a lot of pushback from the industry because it is going to take a lot of time to build that many number of vessels. So my understanding, I am again speaking on my own sense, based on the deliberations that I have heard, at some point of time, with some sunrise position, it will come into play that some amount of captive shipbuilding will be generated simply by bringing in some regulation that at least in certain types of cargo in certain sectors, you have to compulsorily do it on an Indian flagged, Indian built ship. That is one way of creating demand. The other way that the government, the specific thing the example that you spoke about Japan, what India is doing currently is, the government of India has already, I did not cover it because it's not essentially a pillar, but the one aspect of this policy is demand aggregation. I just mentioned it. What the government is doing is, I don't know whether anybody saw Mr. Hardeep Puri's speech during the India Maritime Week. PNG. Okay. So the Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas has been given a mandate to tie up with one of the shipping companies to build and own vessels. Something close to 55 to 60 vessels, just MOPNG is going to order to be built in India. Okay. No, sir. I'll tell you. It was 112, it was reduced to 60. I'm telling you the latest numbers. It is 5960 right now from MOPNG. Separately, SCI has been given a mandate that they will own and build close to 150 or maybe 200 vessels over the next 10 to 15 years. So there is demand aggregation, this very specific thing that the government itself is creating demand through its instruments like government-owned PSUs, oil PSUs and SCI. SCI is, that is still under discussion. I will not I will not commit a number on that. MOPNG, Dr. Puri, in the speech himself said. So that is why it's quotable. The rest of it is under deliberation. There is a lot of focus on container vessels because, you know, if you are becoming a 30 trillion economy and it's going to depend on input materials and manufactured goods, most of it is going to be containerized cargo. So they understand the importance of container. So a large number of container vessels are going to come under SCI's mandate to be built in India. Bulkers are being considered. Other kinds of vessels are also being considered. So roughly about 200 vessels. So to answer your question, sir, somewhere we are looking anywhere between 250 to 300 vessels to be built in India over the next 10-15 years. Simple demand aggregation saying that it will be built in India. So,
maybe it can be looked at as a continuous process going forward. The other thing which I found why the shipyards could not use that policy was because there was no hand holding. And the agency which was given the mandate to allot the funds or the subsidy was DG Shipping with the limited knowledge of financing or giving that. So that process itself was more than 6 months. So that has to be taken in account in this. And the third thing which is there is for doing the hand holding, the professional associations which exist, as Sir has also stated in the morning, that we have a natural resource of people with that kind of experience. And associations, professional associations, I have collated, I think, 15 professional associations which are working in the maritime domain in some or the other. So why can't we use these associations, either allocate funds to them so that they spread awareness about the schemes? Because that is, one is awareness, second is also doing the hand holding. How an ship owner, small ship owner, new ship owner, entrepreneur, how can he benefit out of the scheme? Because unless until we create that risk element, reduce that risk element of the entrepreneur, he is not going to come into the sector. So that also, if we can somehow, push in through something in the schemes, so that will be worthwhile. So these are
sir,
my inputs. Thank you.
I think the NSBM's purpose is to keep listening to the industry. That is why a National Shipbuilding Mission has been constituted. It is going to have there is of course the governing body, which is the interministerial governing body. There is going to be an advisory committee where they're going to get experts on board to give them inputs. I think those kind of forums can be used to provide this kind of inputs. What I can tell you is, I can joke here. While I was in the Navy, I have worked with MOD and I worked with the government, and it was not easy to get anything. I have now, in the last 1.5 years, I've seen the difference. Could not believe that I'm working with. So things have become a lot better. They are far more, we found them far more receptive. I think these feedback, there are forums to approach them and take these feedback to the government, and they're more than willing to listen.
And the last one is regarding the human capital. Now we are talking of one ISTC. We are talking of shipbuilding at that large scale. So where are the welders? Where are the, I'm not talking of engineers, I'm talking of the skill. So where are they? Where are the institutes? So is there any funding mechanism or any subsidy for building of these institutes? Not a single ISTC. That one, and the other problem which is there is, which I am facing now with the IWT sector, is that we have the institute. There's a fee which is also subsidized fee, but the students come from so economically financially you can say background, so they are not able to fund that fee also. So there has to be some fund needs to be also, that is again you go to another ministry, labor ministry. So since this scheme is there, so that probably if that can also cover these aspects, so that will be, thank you. I think I'm,
Hello, yeah. That has also been addressed. ISTCs, currently the central one is being put in IMU. The real plan is, if 3 or 4 clusters come in, each of the clusters is going to have one ISTC. There is some funding which is being provided to create some infrastructure for training. There are several, create infrastructure means classrooms, places to stay, coordinating. One of the jobs of the ISTC is coordinate with the shipyards, coordinate with the ancillary industries to take interns and apprentices to train them. Engineering colleges produce engineers, but converting an engineer into a ship designer or shipbuilder is a big step by itself. Similar with the blue collar also. Anybody can do welding, but doing welding for shipbuilding is a completely different ballgame. So to that upskilling part, the infrastructure is being created. Some funding is being made available for creating their infrastructure. The funding, the point is very true. One of the biggest debates was, a guy comes from a small village. He wants to become a welder. You sent him to an ITI, state government sponsored him. He's learned basic welding. Assume that for upskilling also, there must be some way to fund him, pay him some reasonable amount of money so that he's able to continue and sustain the training. So to that extent, there are other ministerial schemes. There is one by, there is a MSD is running certain schemes. One very important scheme that is being run is the Ministry of Corporate Affairs is running something called the PMIS scheme, Prime Minister Internship Scheme. The Prime Minister Internship Scheme is paying a slightly higher level of, stipends and, for both blue collar and white collar trainees. The ISTC's job is also to coordinate with MOCA, that is Corporate Affairs, to fully leverage the funding from these schemes and use them. How it is envisaged is it's still a process, thought process that is happening. Several students or several apprentices or interns register. Apprentices in blue collar and interns register, engineering graduates register for the support through the scheme. ISTC coordinates with different shipyards and ship design agencies, generates a curriculum, makes them go through the training, makes them go through practical training so that they reach that level of competency where they are able to take up jobs in shipyards. And for that training phase, the funding will come from the PMIS scheme to pay them. Of course, that stipend is debatable. It's about 9,000 rupees or 10,000 rupees per person. It's debatable whether that is sufficient. But right now, that is what we have. There, in future, maybe it will get supplemented further. But definitely, this interministerial coordination is already, in fact, credit to MOCA. They came and told us, is there some way you can help? See, that scheme has been there for 2 years. Not people know. Nobody knows. PMIS came 2 years ago.
That is why I'm saying what we need to also push it is that these associations which are there, give the funds. See, I'll tell you simple example, which again, it did not go through. Maybe you can help me in that also. There are a number of incidents which happen in the rivers where, boats capsize and this thing. So I framed basically a concept note whereby there is because Ganga or the rivers. So, and we have associations, CMMI and these type of maritime associations. So I had proposed that give some funding for, say, per kilometer or so many kilometers you have 10 lakh rupees or 20 lakh rupees for you to run an awareness campaign on accident prevention. Basically, you prevent accident by not overloading. We know the case of Kerala where it just capsized because of the reason was overloading. Same thing happened in Bihar where NIT students, 20 NIT students, engineers, poor fellows went for a kite flying. When coming across, it was night, the boat was overloaded, capsized and lost their lives. So all that can be avoided by running these type of campaigns. So that is just, you can say, a different campaign, but I'm saying with these schemes also, so that there is an awareness which is being run, the onus is done on these associations which already exist, and then more professionals will join these associations. So we have a broader professional, you can say, that pool which can be used for other purposes. Thank you.
Sir. Yeah. So basically, there are a lot of scary stories. Bharti shipyard, the ABG shipyard, and a lot of shipyard actually closed down in last decade because of actually lack of demand and lack of actually government support, as well as they are not actually competitive. So at this point, government is lending a hand and giving some incentives and concessions, and we are right now entering into shipbuilding. We are not very sure actually what is going to happen in future, because even L&T, companies like L&T, they have put up a shipyard, very advanced shipyard and very automated one. They have taken technical assistance from Royal IHC or something, but still they couldn't survive because actually the prices, they couldn't beat China or they couldn't beat Korea. The prices in India, because the steel rates are very high here, and major ingredients which goes into shipbuilding is very high. I mean, steel rates are high, then actually we have to buy the engines and major equipment from Korea or Japan. So I don't know actually how, after actually building a ship, how it will be cost competitive with China, particularly with China. China now bags around 50 to 60% share in global market. So right now, those other small shipyards like Chogle and Dempo and all those, they are actually limited to small ships. So when somebody is looking for actually making larger commercial ships, specialized vessels, so what is their future? I mean, with government new schemes coming in, is there government going to lend a hand actually somebody if he's in the muddy water after spending a lot of money?
Hello. I will not accept that there is no demand. And the situation over the last 10 years, it is changed. Whatever shipyards you have told, either they closed down or the operation was slowed down or it was not operating. You take the data, last 1 and 2 years. Everybody is now geared up. Thing is that management. Some of the shipyards I know, I will not take the name, they could not execute the contract after taking from Navy, Indian Navy. Government has laid down procedure. Once they will blacklist means it is very difficult to come out of that. Guest facility is there in that shipyard. But still then, till now they are struggling to get the contract. Contract are from warship. And isn't it generally all the shipyards is engaged with only warship builders. And thing is that what you are telling that cost. The cost advantages in China is because of scale. They, at a time, they produce 50, 100 ships, same type ships or same series type. But in our country, the very low. So economic scale is a cost. Second thing that if there is an ecosystem, somebody will start a shipyard in Odisha and somebody will start a shipyard in Kolkata or in Mumbai, the cost will differ because already ecosystem should be there. So these are things, and I don't think that as on date any shipyard wants to grow. Lot of huge potential is there. I have already during my speech I have given the figure how much even the present shipyards they cannot take off any commercial shipbuilding activities unless they will not expand their capacity.
So just to add to the points you said, first point, I think some of the shipyards which failed, yes, lack of demand was one problem, but I don't think, patients. I'm personally aware because I was in the Navy, we had placed several orders and to get that vessels out, we were literally finding some ways to pay them and still they were not able to perform. So there were lots of reasons, so let's not get into it. The fact is, even if the demand didn't exist at that point of time, demand situation has become much better now. There is a lot of demand. I just told you about 200 ships, commercial ships to be ordered. Defense, the existing DPSU shipyards are not able to build. You see how a shipyard, GRSE doesn't have an inch to build a ship. They have, the only way they can build a ship is to go build a new shipyard. That's the kind of load they have. MDL is maybe not that. L&T, yes, they have some capacity, but with this kind of demand coming up, I think there is enough role to play for every shipyard, including the small shipyards. What is happening is, because of this upscale demand happening across the sizes of vessels, like Chogule or Mandvi Dry Docks or Shaft, or the bigger shipyards will have sufficient play to work with. Because this demand that we're talking about, it is ranging from VLCCs to PSVs. 5,000, 10,000 ton PSVs to VLCCs also. So CSL just got orders for 7 LNG fueled container vessels. Everybody is getting. GRSC are not able to do it because they don't have a place to build vessels. They're so full. So it's not that China is going to keep taking everything away. The world has also realized that not everything that comes out of China is going to be reliable. Yes, they had a major cost advantage, but there are many cases where European ship owners and other ship owners are coming to India because they go to Japan and Korea, but Japan and Korea is also full. Next 3-4 years they're full, so they're now looking at India. It is just that we don't have sufficient capacity to meet all of those orders, so now we are creating capacity.
More things. One more thing. Second part of my question was not still answered. Actually, like input cost in India is much higher than that of China. For example, the input cost is here is steel. Steel is 30%, almost 27 to 30%. You take actually IS 2062 grade B, it is almost 30% costlier in India. Though we have all the raw material, they don't have.
I will tell you what is the issue with steel in particular. If you reduce the price, one is the volume problem. Right now, the demand for shipbuilding steel, because the volume demand is very less, none of the steel manufacturers are going to, invest in setting up a series of production for very small volumes. It is simply not economical. Maybe SAIL will do a little bit. I think Nippon ArcelorMittal is doing some amount of production, very small scale. They are not willing to scale because the volumes are simply not enough. Because the current demand for shipbuilding steel in India is very low because commercial shipbuilding, the naval steel is doing very well because it was developed, sir knows, it was the DMR 249, it was developed by DMRL. It is exclusively meeting the requirements of the naval ships. But that steel is not required for commercial shipbuilding. Commercial shipbuilding steel, if the volumes go up, if the economies of scale can be derived, then the prices will come down. The second risk in steel is, every time you try to bring down the price, China will dump. So you have to, China, the problem is, because of the sheer size that China has, they produce so much steel, they will dump. They will sell it at a price which is still lesser than the price that you brought it down to. So that risk will remain. But I think over a period of time, you just take a conscious decision and bite the bullet that, okay, my ship is going to be slightly costlier than that, but I will stick to my standards. I deliver better ships in quality time. Customers will still come to you. Input price, this 25% subsidy is basically to cover all of this. If you build the same, one reason why our ships become costlier is we take more time. So we have to bring in efficiencies. If you build ships faster, this 20-25% support that the government is giving you will help you measure, how much of man-hours per CGT. China is 60-70, Korea, Japan are at 25-30 man-hours per CGT. Europe is 60-70. India is 120, 130, 140. The build period per unit ship is higher. A lot of reasons are there. Our processes are not yet streamlined. And again, it's all because of the vicious cycle. We have not done enough shipbuilding for us to kind of smoothen out that process. So over a period of time, we have now, the government has brought in some disruption to break that vicious cycle. But I think over a period of time, when we develop our efficiencies, production efficiencies, skill sets, our supply chain becomes more robust, we are able to retain the skill that we have, that we develop. I think over a period of time will come in and the cost disadvantage will also start going.
Be successful. Those factors have to be there. So in the present scenario, I was discussing with him, there is a items and their items manufactured in their machine by our people. Just look at this. How you want to make a system successful, you have to figure out, you have to charter, you have to have a narrative now. This is what India has changed, transformed. We have to have a narrative for the present shipbuilding. Okay.
Lead time thing actually and standardization. Basically, standardization will reduce the lead time. For that, actually, we have tied up with a, Singaporean company and mainly for the LNG vessels. We are trying to make LNG vessels. So we'll be doing standardization from the beginning itself. So, and low cost automation. I'm picking and placing low cost automation and standardization we are taking care of from the beginning itself. So that part actually we are taking care from the beginning. Only thing is the inputs, input cost and actually government subsidy and government handholding. These are the things we are worried for, that's it.
Handholding is coming, definitely. I just explained it. Input cost, yes, it will take some time to stabilize, but I think in the larger scheme of things with some amount of captive demand, where you're not so worried about competing with China, you're only competing with another Indian shipyard. Like these 200 odd vessels, if they're going to be built in India, then the cost differential of China doesn't even come into the picture. So you don't have to be worried about the input cost in that case, because the input cost is same for you or another Indian shipyard that you're competing with. So I think, and this is a mantra that I think in the long run that we should follow. Compete domestically, collaborate globally. So tomorrow, when you reach a situation where you are becoming very good in shipbuilding, you operate as one entity when you're competing for global orders, which means you are one shipyard, you get 10, you win an order, you get 10, you collaborate with another Indian shipyard to build it quickly. So then whatever competition you want to do, you do for the domestic orders, which is captive. Rest, collaborate globally. I think that model is what Japan and Korea are moving to. Imabari family-owned business is not talking about joining hands and merging with its main competitor shipyard. All countries are realizing that to win globally, you have to collaborate within your country. So I think that's the way, that way you will keep your supply chain stable, your input price will also be controlled because you are collaborating. Domestically, you don't have to worry about the China, like I said. And in the long run, the input material prices also, you can control by this kind of collaboration.
I can just give a kind of an example. In Garden Reach, we too had taken an order for, I cannot name it, 8 ships at a very, very low cost. The first ship, yes, we had problems, but in the 8th ship, we actually came fairly close to the target cost. Secondly, as you're talking about input material steel, like we had an order of 7 ships with another shipyard, we took it together, and the steel that was developed, as Dr. Madhukurula was talking about, when the steel industry, when they got this huge order, the steel cost actually came down quite significantly, and we got this economies of scale. So when you have the volume, you will get that. We have gone through, we have experienced it. We have this thing. So to answer you, because this is for a live example, I cannot give you the specific this thing. Coming to my question, Commander Jayakumar has laid out what at the central apex level, at the central government, all the policies that are there, and it is a fantastic work, because I remember in 2018, we had a seminar, shipbuilding seminar in FICCI in Delhi, and exactly what you have brought out, these are the issues which had come up, but there was no one from the shipping ministry in that seminar, 3-day seminar. But we have come a long way. 2023 onwards, those questions which were raised in the seminar are now getting addressed at the central government level. But now let us understand, shipbuilding is a very capital intensive, a very human intensive endeavor. There is a huge interface of the state government. Because see, the center can give you policies, it can give you some tax shoot and all that it can do. But the issue is land. The land has to be only close to where the sea is there, where the ship can go out to sea. That is where you need the land. There's no point having land in Rourkela. From there, the ship will not come to the sea. Then there's so many people who will be working. Social infrastructure. Today, who are the successful shipyards or the shipyards which have going concerns? Garden Reach, Cochin, Cochin shipyard, Mazagon Docks, Goa. Now, these are all urban areas where 5,000 people who are living and working there, the families can stay, the children can go to school, and the kind of shipyards which Commander Mr. Dash was alluding to, that is in the middle of nowhere. There is no social infrastructure. I mean, it is very difficult for people to live and work there. Katupalli also has the same disadvantages. Around there are no villages, nothing is there. Now, this is where the state government has to play in creating that. You need land from where the ship can go to sea. You need schools, colleges around. You need clubs, hotels around. That company, that shipyard cannot create all that. They simply do not have. Today, like we are discussing the things, many of the issues which many of them have raised are actually native of that particular state. But somehow we are not having the state, intervention here where they can listen and take those appropriate steps. And this is not peculiar to this one. We have done it in Calcutta. There was no one from the state. The only state which is doing it is Andhra Pradesh. There, where the shipbuilding clusters are being planned along with the social infrastructure. Not in one place, 7 places. Maharashtra also, Vadhavan port, they are planning, accordingly. But then that has to come down from the shipping secretary to all the chief secretaries. There has to be kind of a feedback mechanism. It was done that all states will have state maritime boards. But what is the status of the state maritime boards? What are they functioning? Now that feedback mechanism somehow has to work. That is something, otherwise the entire thing will not happen.
We can have lots of debates and discussion, but the most important player, the opening batsman, the pinch hitter, the all-rounder, the finisher is ultimately the state government. He's the most important cog in this entire wheel. Nothing will work without the state government and the state maritime board getting extensively involved. And the reason why Tamil Nadu and Andhra are currently in the scheme of things discussing with many shipyards is largely because they've been extremely proactive. Andhra and Tamil Nadu have gone to Korea and Japan 3 times. State government has gone to Korea and Japan 3 times in the last 6 months. 3 times in the last 6 months. So they are extensively canvassing. They have developed schemes, support measures exclusively for maritime. Why I know is because in the case of Andhra, we have only advised them to develop the policy. And they have taken feedback from the industry to fine-tune the policy so that they know what the industry wants. And they are going full steam. They are in January or so, they are going to hold in November, middle of November, they had an investor summit. In January, they are going to hold a shipbuilding conference in Andhra, in Visakhapatnam. They have, MOUs have no meaning, I understand, but at least they've taken their initiative to sign MOUs. Tamil Nadu government has signed an MOU with MDL to come and set up. Andhra government has signed an MOU with HSL, GRSC also. So they are pushing. And I think it is ultimately the state who's going to deliver it. The rest of us are all support players. It is the state who's the main actor here.
So till now we are preaching to the converted. My next point is what Mr. Solanki had raised is regarding the skilling. Now, I have a suggestion. We have about 33 odd sector skill councils whose job is to basically interface for the skilling. Now, shipbuilding is a mother industry because shipbuilding has got steel, it has got machinery, electronics, everything it is there. Maybe it will be, and in their skilling, they are using, unskilled labor, taking, already prior knowledge and then giving them a certification. Probably we should team up with the sector skills councils for our requirements like steel sector.
It is happening, sir. We did a study. The Apprentice Act lists 181 trades. 44 out of that 181 have a direct relevance to shipbuilding or shipbuilding ancillary. So apparently there used to be a shipbuilding specific sector skill council. It got denotified in 20. So maybe it will get revived now. Definitely. That discussions are going on to the best of my knowledge.
We'll have our panelists are about to leave, so I think we'll call it a day, and I call this session. And please join all of us for a cup of tea, and then we'll come back for the concluding session.
– 20 minutes.
Words of wisdom. And his words are always of wisdom only. And so you will now meet Dr. Punindu Mishra, sir. Sir, please.
Thank you, ma'am.
I forgot he is the Vice President of Frost.
Thank you so much. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. In fact, I had this onerous task of summarizing what has happened. In fact, it has been so heavy, and all of you have been so involved in so much of discussions that I don't think I'll be able to do justice in maybe a couple of minutes in trying to put forth the knowledge that has emanated from the experts and gone over to the crowd. That may not be possible, but I'll try. You see, before I draw the conclusion or summarize it, I must go back a couple of years to the 1970s. Not couple of years, few decades back. You know, when we used to build lovely ships, we have our designer who was in HSL at that time, Mr. Palit. I have sailed on ships that have been designed by him, Vishwanayak, Vishwamaya, and I still recall in the worst storms in the Pacific, when there were bulk carriers sinking around us, ships sinking around us, the US Coast Guard kept on telling, please send SOS, we'll come and rescue you. We were not bothered. Ship was designed by Palit sir, Hindustan shipyard built, nothing like Atmanirbhar. That was Atmanirbhar. We were happy. Our engine you started, unless you stop it, it keeps running. And the ship was an auto. God knows where it went. If you want to go to Los Angeles, it will land up in San Francisco. Like this. But anyway, what I'm trying to say is that even during those days, 70s, and subsequent to that, for the next 2 or 3 decades, we had the shipbuilding subsidy in place. We had an excellent ancillary industry. We were making our chains, cables, windlass, shipping cables, lights, paneling, everything we were taking, excepting steel we used to import from Romania and all this. And by the way, to get that steel into the yard was a task. Because it has to go through customs, and they used to hold it up in the port, and there was a delay of at least sometimes 4 to 6 months for the steel plates to land up in the shipyard. Subsequently, over the decades, when China, Korea, not China at that time, Korea and Japan came up, all the newer vessels were required. Our famous Shipping Corporation of India ordered all the ships there. All the ships came from there. And you got the bad name. You are getting from outside. I remember I was in DG Shipping and ships were being ordered left, right and center in Korea and this thing. And whispering was that, if you go to Korea, you spend some time in Busan and all this. What is the point going to some Phaltu yard in India? Or you go to Japan, Tokyo, shopping and all that. So, but Palit sir was not in that. He only designed the ships. Okay. Now, So there was a big jump in the technology, in the type of ships, in the trade, and consequently, our yards could not cope up. We had GRSC, I am a GRSC apprentice, I have done inspections and surveys in Hindustan shipyard, and I have seen both the shipyards literally floundering in a very, very bad shape. In fact, I used to have the most comfortable sleep as an apprentice in GRSC yard and wasting my time in Hindustan shipyard. Nothing better than that. I've never had it in my life. It was so good. But even during those days, we used to manufacture marine diesel engines, marine auxiliary engines. We were manufacturing most of the ancillaries, excepting the electronics and all this. But the engine development took place so fast, and the electronics took place so fast, as well as not much change was in the accommodation and the upholstery and all this. But those technological items took off in such a big way that we could not cope up. And we could not cope up not because we wanted to manufacture it. Sorry, even Korea or Japan never used to manufacture. They also used to get the engine from outside. They used to get the Furuno, this thing from outside. Every radar, every type of thing used to come from abroad. But their customs let it go within a day. Not like us. They held it up for months and then levied a very heavy price on it. So anyway, our implementation, cutting things short, we make lovely laws. I hope you know that Odisha has got a vision, Odisha port policy, which is very, very visionary. We have got a mission. We have got the Amritkal, we have got the Harit Nauka program from the central government. The central government has put in all those 4 pillars that you saw. Everything is in place. But implementation is a very, very big drawback. Now, if this particular seminar was held with the purpose, because there was so much of overtures from central government, state government, declarations, MOUs, and none of them actually reached us. The technical people, the people who sat over here, or the people who really matter, it never reached. It was all happening on newspapers. And when we saw the newspapers, there was a lot of discussion, a lot of MOUs carried out this thing. The only exposure we got was making in the inland waterways route, that because our own Captain Solanki was there. That was the only exposure we got to what is happening, and he involved us, actually. He involved us. But unfortunately, nobody else involved us in what is happening. So some MOUs are signed, we are not aware of it. That too with Paradip Port Trust. Now, if you remember, the chief guest, I really admire that man. He is a very, very honored person. He said port-led development. In fact, port-led development is what the OMB, the Odisha state government, and everybody is telling, port-led development. But port-led development is only for trade corridors, for ensuring that the cargo moves, the proper logistics, etc. If you have to build a shipyard or a ship repair yard in a big scale, that cannot be done with a port-led policy. So there is one very key thing that we must note. We wanted from this seminar to find out that such MOUs are signed, such policies are made, such lovely, SCI has ordered 200, will order 200 ships. In my whole lifetime, I have never seen SCI order more than 10 ships, that too in Korea. You think they'll order 200 ships in India? No way. And then FCI, Indian Oil will get into a joint venture with somebody to manufacture. Only recently SCI has gone to Korea to order 7 ships. And Indian Oil is supposed to get into a joint venture into something. Now, these look excellent on paper, in thinking, in policy making. Maybe in Delhi it looks very nice. Maybe in bureaucratic circles it looks very nice, but it cannot be replicated on ground. simply because there are too many difficulties. Just now I was discussing, I mean, some of the stalwarts over here from GRSC, HSL, and from learned people from this thing. It's not so easy to say, or L&T Katupalli, it's not easy to say, I will order 10 yards over here and he has to build it. No, it's not possible. Many times yards don't accept. As we were discussing, yards don't even accept commercial vessels. They are looking for Navy vessels simply because Navy vessel pays them well. I have been through this. A small Coast Guard vessel's refit was something like 30 crores. Whereas a big merchant Navy vessel, dry docking and some Coast Guard was also dry docking. This thing was some 7 crores or 10 crores. See, that is the significance of getting a Navy. We cannot compare the two. Even the logistics. If they have to get an equipment, they can get it very easily through any channel they want because it's just a telephone call away. It doesn't happen for a commercial shipyard. No. Much more than that, I can tell you, some Bharati shipyard used to build fishing trawlers, deep sea fishing trawlers. Our good friend, the governor, was himself involved in that. Involved means he was one of the entrepreneurs who was pushing that. And what actually made that entire entrepreneurship go down was bunker fuel. You were getting bunker fuel, the customs won't allow. They said you will charge customs fees on bunker fuel being given ashore or even in the EZ, which is ridiculous. But that's the way it is. It did not prove to be economical even to run these vessels because at that time it was running on high-speed diesel. So difficult. There are so many things that actually policies look great, but when it comes to implementation, the shipbuilding schemes, as he said, the 4 pillars, that is ship subsidy, investments, then the policy which is there on ship recycling, that you will get some 4% or 5% for anybody who wants to build a new ship. Do you know how it was being flaunted earlier? It was earlier under the Ministry of Mines. And whatever steel came from there went into after the ship reaches the beach and is declared no more a ship, then it is taken over by the Ministry of Mines. And once it starts being cut and starts getting re-rolled and starts going into scrap and all that, the Ministry of Mines takes over. From there, people getting that steel used to get a subsidy for any other industry, steel industry that they were putting up. So 4% getting for any steel, this thing is nothing big. Nothing big. I mean, they have taken it purely from there. And there are, of course, there are 2 things which are takeaways from Commander Jayakumar's, talk, and that is the greenfield shipping and the brownfield shipping. In fact, in recent era, I have seen, if we all remember, GRSC is going into brownfield shipping. Katupalli, they did greenfield shipping. But we all know why Katupalli is stuck up with Navy vessels. And GRSC, by Genesis, does commercial ships. The whole area, like Commander Bhandari, Sengupta said, that whole area's culture, Genesis is custom. This thing. Navy vessels have come in only recently as a, as a cream on the cake. That's all. But no. Small ones. Small ones. The big ones are being built now in the last 1 decade. Okay, 2 decades. Delivered, 2 decades, yes. 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 In fact, you know, sir, the time the commercial ships were being built and the order petered down because of deliveries, because of no orders being placed over there, because of GRS's own constraints. That happened much later, sir. There was a gap in between in which the orders on GRSC for commercial ships was very, very low. And I have seen that time when GRSC was languishing without any orders. What saved them was because orders of naval vessels increased and there was skill available over here, and so the size of the vessel could be made over here. By then, machine shop and other big cranes and all were already installed. Not when earlier when merchant ships were being built. The first bulk carrier and this thing when it was being built, that is the time all that infrastructure was made. Subsequently, it became good enough for the Navy vessels to be built, so it's okay. That's what I mean to say is, it is brownfield shipping. They are building another dry dock. They are taking this thing, is brownfield shipping. Over here in Odisha, if you see Tamil Nadu, Andhra and all this, like he said, Commander Jayakumar, they have been 3 times to this thing, Japan and Korea. I am an expert with IMB. I have attended many meetings. The best I have got is insipid tea and 2 kajus and some biscuits. That's all I have got. But they have gone all the way to this thing. So they are pushing. We are not pushing. So what we see over here is, I mean, drawing from all the discussions we have had, forget the number of orders. Yes, there is a demand, so-called virtual demand. There are no orders placed because there are no yards at present to this thing. So what Odisha is looking into is greenfield shipping, a greenfield shipbuilding. And for greenfield shipyard, you require, Odisha government feels, they require an Adani to come in with 5,000 crores and build a shipyard, or Hyundai to give away all Andhra and Tamil Nadu interests and come and build a shipyard over here. And they are offering land and actually sea face, river mouth land, and not even mentioning the logistics, that is all to come up. But they have within the rules, like Captain Solanki said, there are a lot of, or Mr. Rath said, there are a lot of subsidies and all this that they have provided for. But in effect, there is greenfield shipbuilding. The same way I discussed with Mr. Malik. Mr. Malik? Yeah. Greenfield ship recycling. He is actually heading towards greenfield recycling, and recycling today means Hong Kong Convention, which means covered docks, everything is, air is purified, everything is taken. It's not like Alang or Bangladesh or something like that. They are existing yards. When you build a new yard, and if you want all types of ships to come in over there, including carrying dangerous cargoes and all this, then these facilities have to be made. So, I mean, we do understand that policies and all that are there, but we have to take a realistic view of what is available with us and what are we actually attempting. There are some very good other observations. Mr. Das talked about the Indian Navy vision. I really admire that. Mr. Das is around? Ah, there he is. He said a very specific thing. If you plan for 50 ships, 20 years ahead, plan and go ahead with it by apportioning the proper logistics, the finance, the resources, this thing, then you can possibly build 20 or 30 ships. But if you don't plan at all, if you're talking virtually, and you don't implement it in any other way, then that is not possible. It's a very good point, sir. Point taken from your this thing. The same thing with Coast Guard and advantage with government yards. Yes, there is a big advantage with government yards with reference to it becomes the subsidies and all these become much easier. But as pointed out by Sir Commander Singh, I'm sorry, I keep forgetting name, growing old, you know. So, Commander Sengupta, as you pointed out, you cannot put up yards out of the blue or in a place where there is nothing around. Even Kattupalli is having its own problems being across. When big shipyards are put up, they have already existing facilities nearby as resources. And when it comes to skills, by the way, there are a lot of skilling centers as far as normal skillings are required, when welding, gasketing, machining, all that is available. But if you want robotic experience, I remember some of the mistries who were working in GRSC in some of the big turntables and big robot, the new CNC machines were installed. They were working years and years of experience. Today you may have a young fellow who's trained and possibly do that. But I don't think that type of resource is not available. It is available. It's a matter of the institutions or the industries who put up the shipwrecking or ship repair or whatever it is to actually tap them. And it's not difficult. It's a matter of engaging them, training them, financing them, and all the things that we had discussed. You know, there is a Maritime Vision 2030. That vision, I know there is a Odisha government has got something that they have given to IIT. The governments have a very straightforward policy. They don't want to get into any hassles. If they find IIT, give it to them. It doesn't matter what the topic is, what the subject is, what it matters. Give it to IIT. If they want to give it to some government organization, they give it. Not that there are no good government organizations who deal with it. I am one who would feel, why not IIT Kharagpur, why IIT Chennai? But IIT Chennai grabs all the good projects. The other day I heard there is something else Odisha government wants to do and IIT Chennai has been given this thing. I had wide eyes. I said, which is the department? The same department which gives a report to OMB about the maritime perception, of which I have been breaking my head over that insipid tea and 2 kajus. My bad luck. Okay. So, shipbuilding risk coverage, big thing. It's actually the perception. As I told you, over the years, we have that feeling. Shall I know so many ship owners, I know small shipyards who feel, should I go into, I have asked ship owner, why don't you go and invest in some shipyards, small shipyards? He says, sir, I can build a barge, a motorized barge, or a tug on the jetty and put it up with a crane and put it down. Why do I want to build a shipyard? There are, in fact, every port has small dry dock or slipway, unutilized. Hardly anything is done over there. So, there has to be a risk-taking perception within the people who deal with it. You know, shipping, the owners of shipping, you can't pick up a person and say, okay, you become a ship owner, or I feel I want to become a ship owner, I'll become a ship owner. No. Every ship owner you see, study him properly, they take immense risks in going through it, and they really, not once, every time. I know people in Bombay who own ships and they take hand loans from these Dawood type people, you know, at 3 taka, 4 taka, means 3%, 4% every month. Can you imagine? Not 1 crore, 2 crore, 10, 20 crores. And they have to pay it back. That type of risk. And that type of courage is required. Of course, those ship owners drink 2 bottles of Black Label every day, but that's a different thing. So, scale of production is one big thing. Just now we were discussing whether ordering 3-4 bulk carriers to a yard, will it bring down the cost? No, we have discussed this. If there is a certain amount of orders, obviously the yard will come down. Commander Dasip was just now telling that yes, if you order more, definitely his 8th one was reaching perfection. So if you order more, definitely, but which yard is there which will take over that many orders? You are saying SCI 200, Indian Oil 150, so totally 500. I go to sleep every day. Government of India is ordering 500 vessels. What a beautiful thing. I get good sleep, but doesn't mean it doesn't mean anything. Understand? So we have to build an ecosystem in shipping. That's a very, very key ecosystem. I think Das only suggested it, that an ecosystem in shipbuilding, which also said that your administration, your finance, your confidence in people, your bank support, insurance. Won't believe I have broken my head with IRDA, sitting in Hyderabad and breaking my head with IRDA for insurance of fishing vessels. With a lot of difficulty. There we got that, and they will not take any other certification other than MMD, that is DG shipping and all that. They will not take from any other. But now, of course, after a lot of haggling, now that insurance thing has now petered down, where their own organizations and societies can advocate for it and they get the insurance. But it was a difficult task. So this ecosystem, very important to build up, and this doesn't come just by, you have to build up that confidence in the people, and that confidence in people should come by ensuring that what we have discussed here, what you have seen there, what we have discussed here should go on to more people so that they understand. If we as senior people have doubts, then you can imagine somebody who is coming up into the industry and how many doubts will he have. I've seen so many people who don't know how to buy a ship and how to go into a dry dock. Should I put up a slipway? So many questions come up. Of course, I don't have the answers, but I tried. And yes, at the end, I'll come to one key factor. This we all know. The truth is known. The truth is that in spite of all this, I was telling implementation, but actually it is the government, state government. If you say Tamil Nadu, Andhra, they are going around very well. Maharashtra is going around very well. But when it comes to Odisha, it is, I have yet to find any source of light anywhere. So just before I round up, I'll tell you one small thing which Professor Mishra and me faced. And that will give you an idea of how the government thinks. Professor Mishra and me went to the Minister of Transport 2-3 years back, 4 years back, and told him, sir, listen to this, sir. First we told him, sir, we have come from there. What do you want? Sir, our stomachs are full. We have worked at national and international levels. We want to do something for Odisha. What do you want to do? He said, sir, development of the maritime sector, industry, everything. When people die, we pay them compensation. No, what's your problem? Then he said something. If I raise the compensation, people will jump and die. So I end my summing up here. I don't want to say anything more. Lot of things depend, our perception is very important. The way the government functions and make sure that things are done is very important. You must go and see how Tamil Nadu, Andhra work. I have worked closely with them, Tamil Nadu, Andhra, Maharashtra. You should see the way they push things. And I think we need that. And we need more of this. And we must make a report of it and send it to the government, of course. But we need more of this interaction. And as many of you can put forth at your level, wherever you meet, wherever you come across. I know people who come across the Joint Secretary, our Additional Secretary and others in Delhi and other places. Please put forth that Odisha needs to go much faster, take it up in a much more pragmatic way than we are doing right now. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for concluding the session in such a wonderful way. Professor Mishra, sir, you needed 1 minute, please. Slowly.
I have received 2 presentations in the PPT form, one from Mr. Jay Das Gupta, one from Mr. Sahai Raj. If we had time, I would have presented them, but no, don't have time. We have the presentations. Mr. Sahai Raj's presentation is basically about the soft shipyard, which is complete. I mean, it's 20-25 slides. And Mr. Das Gupta's presentation is on shipbuilding, particularly with reference to Odisha. So you have to tell me if you want to see it anytime. We can project it in a slideshow form. There will be no talk, only the slides will be there. So please let me know. We can try that tomorrow. Thank you.
So, okay, everyone, 7 o'clock we'll have our cultural program and dinner after that. So let's meet at 7. Thank you so much. Have an excellent evening. Ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow at 10, our second day session will begin. So please be here. And our guests who are staying in Sheetal and other, 9 o'clock be ready. The vehicle will be there at 9. Thank you.